Egerton University, in partnership with TAGDev 2.0 program, has organized a special side event during the National Research Festival 2025. On 20th of August 2025, we'll bring together leaders from institutions of higher learning, ministries, industry leaders, and youth to accelerate transformative education in agriculture. From high-level panels to youth-led innovation showcases, we'll explore how research, collaboration, and entrepreneurship can shape Kenya's agri-food future. Be part of the conversation, discover ideas, build connection, drive change. Together, we are accelerating transformative education through multi-stakeholder dialogue and collaboration. See you there. Egerton University, in partnership with TAGDev 2.0 program, has organized a special side event during the National Research Festival 2025. On 20th of August 2025, we'll bring together leaders from institutions of higher learning, ministries, industry leaders, and youth to accelerate transformative education in agriculture. From high-level panels to youth-led innovation showcases, we'll explore how research, collaboration, and entrepreneurship can shape Kenya's agri-food future. Be part of the conversation, discover ideas, build connection, drive change. Together, we are accelerating transformative education through multi-stakeholder dialogue and collaboration. See you there. Egerton University, in partnership with TAGDev 2.0 program, has organized a special side event during the National Research Festival 2025. On 20th of August 2025, we'll bring together leaders from institutions of higher learning, ministries, industry leaders, and youth to accelerate transformative education in agriculture. From high-level panels to youth-led innovation showcases, we'll explore how research, collaboration, and entrepreneurship can shape Kenya's agri-food future. Be part of the conversation, discover ideas, build connection, drive change. Together, we are accelerating transformative education through multi-stakeholder dialogue and collaboration. See you there. Egerton University, in partnership with TAGDev 2.0 program, has organized a special side event during the National Research Festival 2025. On 20th of August 2025, we'll bring together leaders from institutions of higher learning, ministries, industry leaders, and youth to accelerate transformative education in agriculture. From high-level panels to youth-led innovation showcases, we'll explore how research, collaboration, and entrepreneurship can shape Kenya's agri-food future. Be part of the conversation, discover ideas, build connection, drive change. Together, we are accelerating transformative education through multi-stakeholder dialogue and collaboration. See you there. Egerton University, in partnership with TAGDev 2.0 program, has organized a special side event during the National Research Festival 2025. On 20th of August 2025, we'll bring together leaders from institutions of higher learning, ministries, industry leaders, and youth to accelerate transformative education in agriculture. From high-level panels to youth-led innovation showcases, we'll explore how research, collaboration and entrepreneurship can shape Kenya's agri-food future. Be part of the conversation. Discover ideas, build connection, drive change. Together, we are accelerating transformative education through multi-stakeholder dialogue and collaboration. See you there. Egerton University, in partnership with TAGDev 2.0 program, has organized a special side event during the National Research Festival 2025. On 20th of August 2025, we'll bring together leaders from institutions of higher learning, ministries, industry leaders and youth to accelerate transformative education in agriculture. From high-level panels to youth-led innovation showcases, we'll explore how research, collaboration and entrepreneurship can shape Kenya's agri-food future. Be part of the conversation. Discover ideas, build connection, drive change. Together, we are accelerating transformative education through multi-stakeholder dialogue and collaboration. See you there. Egerton University, in partnership with TAGDev 2.0 program, has organized a special side event during the National Research Festival 2025. On 20th of August 2025, we'll bring together leaders from institutions of higher learning, ministries, industry leaders and youth to accelerate transformative education in agriculture. From high-level panels to youth-led innovation showcases, we'll explore how research, collaboration and entrepreneurship can shape Kenya's agri-food future. Be part of the conversation. Discover ideas, build connection, drive change. Together, we are accelerating transformative education through multi-stakeholder dialogue and collaboration. See you there. Egerton University, in partnership with TAGDev 2.0 program, has organized a special side event during the National Research Festival 2025. On 20th of August 2025, we'll bring together leaders from institutions of higher learning, ministries, industry leaders and youth to accelerate transformative education in agriculture. From high-level panels to youth-led innovation showcases, we'll explore how research, collaboration and entrepreneurship can shape Kenya's agri-food future. Be part of the conversation. Discover ideas, build connection, drive change. Together, we are accelerating transformative education through multi-stakeholder dialogue and collaboration. See you there. Egerton University, in partnership with TAGDev 2.0 program, has organized a special side event during the National Research Festival 2025. On 20th of August 2025, we'll bring together leaders from institutions of higher learning, ministries, industry leaders and youth to accelerate transformative education in agriculture. From high-level panels to youth-led innovation showcases, we'll explore how research, collaboration and entrepreneurship can shape Kenya's agri-food future. Be part of the conversation. Discover ideas, build connection, drive change. Together, we are accelerating transformative education through multi-stakeholder dialogue and collaboration. See you there. Egerton University, in partnership with TAGDev 2.0 program, has organized a special side event during the National Research Festival 2025. On 20th of August 2025, we'll bring together leaders from institutions of higher learning, ministries, industry leaders, and youth to accelerate transformative education in agriculture. From high-level panels to youth-led innovation showcases, we'll explore how research, collaboration, and entrepreneurship can shape Kenya's agri-food future. Be part of the conversation, discover ideas, build connection, drive change. Together, we are accelerating transformative education through multi-stakeholder dialogue and collaboration. See you there. Egerton University, in partnership with TAGDev 2.0 program, has organized a special side event during the National Research Festival 2025. On 20th of August 2025, we'll bring together leaders from institutions of higher learning, ministries, industry leaders, and youth to accelerate transformative education in agriculture. From high-level panels to youth-led innovation showcases, we'll explore how research, collaboration, and entrepreneurship can shape Kenya's agri-food future. Be part of the conversation, discover ideas, build connection, drive change. Together, we are accelerating transformative education through multi-stakeholder dialogue and collaboration. See you there. Egerton University, in partnership with TAGDev 2.0 program, has organized a special side event during the National Research Festival 2025. On 20th of August 2025, we'll bring together leaders from institutions of higher learning, ministries, industry leaders, and youth to accelerate transformative education in agriculture. From high-level panels to youth-led innovation showcases, we'll explore how research, collaboration, and entrepreneurship can shape Kenya's agri-food future. Be part of the conversation, discover ideas, build connection, drive change. Together, we are accelerating transformative education through multi-stakeholder dialogue and collaboration. See you there. Egerton University, in partnership with TAGDev 2.0 program, has organized a special side event during the National Research Festival 2025. On 20th of August 2025, we'll bring together leaders from institutions of higher learning, ministries, industry leaders, and youth to accelerate transformative education in agriculture. From high-level panels to youth-led innovation showcases, we'll explore how research, collaboration, and entrepreneurship can shape Kenya's agri-food future. Be part of the conversation, discover ideas, build connection, drive change. Together, we are accelerating transformative education through multi-stakeholder dialogue and collaboration. See you there. Egerton University, in partnership with TAGDev 2.0 program, has organized a special side event during the National Research Festival 2025. On 20th of August 2025, we'll bring together leaders from institutions of higher learning, ministries, industry leaders, and youth to accelerate transformative education in agriculture. From high-level panels to youth-led innovation showcases, we'll explore how research, collaboration, and entrepreneurship can shape Kenya's agri-food future. Be part of the conversation, discover ideas, build connection, drive change. Together, we are accelerating transformative education through multi-stakeholder dialogue and collaboration. See you there. Egerton University, in partnership with TAGDev 2.0 program, has organized a special side event during the National Research Festival 2025. On 20th of August 2025, we'll bring together leaders from institutions of higher learning, ministries, industry leaders, and youth to accelerate transformative education in agriculture. From high-level panels to youth-led innovation showcases, we'll explore how research, collaboration, and entrepreneurship can shape Kenya's agri-food future. Be part of the conversation, discover ideas, build connection, drive change. Together, we are accelerating transformative education through multi-stakeholder dialogue and collaboration. See you there. Egerton University, in partnership with TAGDev 2.0 program, has organized a special side event during the National Research Festival 2025. On 20th,
I wanted to wake all of us up. So, good afternoon. It's a beautiful afternoon that we have gathered, and I want to just welcome the guests who have come in and allow, before we proceed, we want to have a word of prayer and then we move. So I'm going to request one of our guests, Dr. Mary Waiganjo, to pray for us.
Good afternoon. So let us pray. Our Father and our God, we just want to thank you for this good afternoon that you have given us. And Lord, we pray that you begin with us even as we begin this session. And Lord, that you take us through. And even as we interact and even discuss the issues that are beforehand, God, we pray that you may lead us and you may guide us. We thank you for all participants. And we pray that God, you're going to have a fruitful session even this afternoon. We thank you. And we bless you on this, we pray, in Jesus' name. Amen.
So allow me to make one comment. And this is that as we converge here today, there is one main title in our program, and this is transformative education. Before I appreciate each of our guests who are in the room today, I would want to say this. Briefly, apart from my guests in front here, look at your neighbor. And look at that farmer in the room. Did you know we are all farmers in the room? But today, we are unique farmers. We are farmers in suits. We are farmers with a pen. We are farmers with a notepad. We are farmers with laptops and everything. And because we are this unique type of farmers, all of us are not separate entities. We want to see how today we are going to lead into a very, very huge river, that all of us here are not separate entities. Because we are unique farmers, each one of you has a role that you're going to play today in ensuring that we form tributaries into a river that is being called transformative education. So as we sit wherever we are, what is going to be your role? Inside here, we have the universities. Inside here, we have the ministry. So we have what we call the source. And at the end of today, we are seeing what we are going to do to ensure the river is flowing. And with that, allow me to acknowledge the presence of number one, the VC of Egerton University, Professor Isaac Kibwage. Allow me to acknowledge our CECM Agriculture, Dr. Leonard Bor. Allow me to acknowledge the DVCs in the room, DVC Academic Research and Extension, Professor Bernard Aduda, DVC Finance and Administration, Professor Mulwa. Allow me to also introduce the partners who are ensuring that TAGDev with its roles are moving in the right direction. In the room, we have Dr. Abigail Otinga, our forum representative, welcome. We have George Osure, MasterCard Foundation rep, welcome, sir. In this room, we have various partners who have also joined us. We have Dr. Rosalinda Owar, Director Research, Science and Technology. We have Dr. Alice Kande, Director General, KNQA. We have Dr. David Gingi, Director General NACOSTI. We have Dr. Grace, TT Principal, Sabatia, TVC. In the room, and that is why we were talking of, we are all tributaries to the river of transformational education. We have high panelists who are going to form part of our discussions. And this, we have Jackson Mwaniki from KEPSA, Joram from SNDBX. We have Winnie Nakuru Tubers, Fahad TAGDev, Flora, Incubator, Lead One University. Allow me to bring to your attention that as Egerton University, TAGDev 2.0, under the directorship of our able Professor Nancy Mungai, whom we are really acknowledging, is working in partnerships with various universities, and I'm sure she's going to take us through all that when the time comes. So once more, I would want to say, in this room, we have also the committee member for TAGDev 2.0. I'll just request you stand up where you are so that the members can know you. We have some deans and directors in the room. I think I saw them in and they were briefly called somewhere. Then in the room, the youth, because without you we cannot move. Wherever you are, kindly just wave. The youth in the room, youth in agriculture in the room. Thank you so much. So we can see why it's a unique group of farmers. And with that, we are not going to waste more time. I would want to request Professor Nancy Mungai to come and make clear for us to be able to understand TAGDev program focus so that we move on to the next. And as Professor you come, kindly allow that you'll take over the program so that you guide us, especially with our guests. Thank you so much. You can clap for me because we have begun.
Thank you very much, Dr. Feda, Dean Fedcos of Faculty of Education and Community Studies, for taking us through that session. The MasterCard Foundation rep, George Osure, Ruforum rep, Dr. Abigail Otinga, the Vice Chancellor, Egerton University, DVC's present, the CEC in charge of agriculture, County, Nakuru County, all invited guests, students, good afternoon. I want to welcome you all to this, our conversation, the National Dialogue on Accelerating Transformative Agricultural Education through multi-stakeholder dialogue and collaboration. And we are here, representatives from different institutions, as were listed by the MC, to unravel and talk about what do we need to do differently in the way we conduct our education, especially agricultural education, so that we can together make an impact. So allow me, as I start off with my remarks, to just give you a background on the TAGDev program. For those who may not be as familiar with the TAGDev program program stands for Transforming African Agricultural Universities to Meaningfully Contribute to Africa's Growth and Development. It's a 10-year program in its second phase in partnership with the MasterCard Foundation through RUForum. And for this second phase, we have 12 other universities across Africa that are collaborating in phase 2. And our focus area are three main areas. Number one is about improving the livelihood and work environment for young people. Number two is strengthening the agricultural education outcomes. And that is part of why we are having this conversation today. We want to see how do we work together to strengthen the outcomes, especially for agricultural training. And number three is to improve the adaptive capacities of farmers to climate change. So those are our three main focus areas. And we are therefore very pleased to be here with our partners. Within TAGDev 2.0, we're working with 3 other universities. And I will now invite those representatives. We have representatives from Pwani University, Dr. Kidere and her team. Thank you, Daktari. We also have representative from Karatina University. Thank you. We also have a team from the University of Embu. Thank you, thank you. And We also have TVETs that we are collaborating with. We are collaborating with Baraka Agricultural College. Yes, we can see the team. I'm seeing only one person standing. We want all the people around to stand. Thank you. We also have Dairy Training Institute. Thank you. And then we also have Nyandarua National Polytechnic. Thank you, Wale. So those are the 6 institutions that Egerton University is collaborating with in TAGDev to implement the TAGDev 2.0 program. And we also have the TAGDev coordinating committee members whom we continue to recognize. I see a few have arrived. Maybe we can recognize them at this point. If you're a member of the TAGDev coordinating committee, kindly. I see the registrar, the dean, faculty of agriculture. Yes, the dean, FedCos. Thank you very much. So, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, so we are gathered today to discuss this very important topic on transformative education. And we must ask ourselves, what must we do differently to make sure that the education we offer our young people has the impact that we desire it to have, especially in agricultural sciences. For many years, we've talked about agriculture being the backbone of our economy, and correctly so, because agriculture contributes over 25% of the GDP for this country. And as a university that is focused in agricultural sciences, then it is befitting that Egerton University is hosting this dialogue to really explore and discuss how we can make this much more impactful. And I want just to leave us, because I know we are running quite late in time, I just want to leave us with 3 thoughts as we think about transformation. What is a transformation we want to see? Number 1, we all discuss and talk about food security. So we want to ask ourselves, as an institution of higher learning, how can we contribute to this whole discussion of food security? And I believe one of the ways that we continue to contribute is in the manpower that we are producing. And we want to produce a manpower that will be proactive and innovative, not only to do what they have learned in class, but to go beyond that, to see that they are able to contribute in a meaningful way to food security. Number 2 is to see, how do we do that then? How do we prepare this manpower to ensure that it is able to make that impact? I believe one of the biggest changes that we must make is the mindset. I know within TAGDev 1.0, we talked a lot about the entrepreneurial mindset, that we need young people who have an entrepreneurial mindset, that they can then go ahead and establish enterprises that would help themselves. They would be able to take care of themselves, but more importantly, also take care of others. And they will need an ecosystem that supports them. And this is why we have this discussion. What kind of ecosystem can we create to make sure that those young people are supported to be able to be entrepreneurial? And lastly, we want to also consider the longer or the ecosystem issues that affect how we perceive and how we receive knowledge. And this ecosystem is understanding the history of our education. Recently, again, I had the opportunity to just go through in a seminar about the history of our education. And we must challenge ourselves that sometimes we have learned, but we are perpetually feeling like we have not learned enough. And I believe we need to overcome that feeling, that thinking of like, I still need to learn more. I still need to do more. I still need, and And I believe that as we embrace what we already know and be able to implement confidently, I believe we are going to start making a change wherever we are, so that we are able to be confident that whatever we have gathered is sufficient. So we are here to discuss accelerating transformative agricultural education. And so we'll be inviting you to give your voice and your thoughts on all the remarks that will be made here, but even during the keynote speeches that we are going to have, and also the panel that we are going to have later. So with those few or many remarks, it is now my pleasure and honor to invite Professor Bernard Aduda, the DVC ARNE, to make his remarks and invite the Vice Chancellor. Thank you. You can clap as we invite him. Thank you.
Vice Chancellor, invited guests, all protocols observed, good afternoon. You know, when you speak after two eloquent ladies, you have a problem. So accept my problem, that I cannot match their eloquence, and I'll try to make sure that whatever I say could be few, and so that you don't measure me with a yardstick. You measure me with feet or a meter rule. Ladies and gentlemen, Egerton has been hosting the National Research Festival 2025, whose theme has been sustainable agriculture, food security, empowering communities through research, science, technology, and innovation. So this is a side event, but being a side event does not make it, something not big enough. It is big enough, and we have to find time to have it. We have just eaten. So when we eat, which means we have, I don't know whether we are, is that food security? Yeah, because at least there was some food, isn't it? So which means we were sure we got something. Whether it was nutritious, that is something else. But colleagues, when I stand here, I'm a physicist, so I keep on learning from my colleagues. And nowadays, TV is very boring, but there are 3 programs I watch regularly. One which comes, I don't know why they are all in Citizen, but the one every day, 6 o'clock, isn't it? How do you call it? Kenya Gold. I don't miss that one when I'm in the house. On Wednesdays, like today, 8 o'clock, or some minutes to 8 in Ramogi, because I speak Luo, they also have something on agriculture, isn't it? The lady calls herself Nyaka Black, that is from a black. I think she comes from Kisumu, Karating, so she calls herself Nyaka Black. And then I watch the one on Sundays and Saturdays, Shamba, Shepa. This thing is making noise. And the few things I learned about agriculture is that we have to do something. I saw in one of the programs, they were showing this lady, this was Shamba Shepa. They were showing the lady who had about 1 acre piece of land. And she was asked, how long does it take you to plow? Because she doesn't use bulls. She was doing hand plowing. And she said almost 2 weeks. So she was given these work tractors, which did the work in 2 hours. Then now sowing, Sowing will, juakali, it will take along what? Another 2 days. So how do we make agriculture less drudgery? Because if we remove that aspect, I believe we'll begin to see aspects of the youth. I saw ladies with you call it cutex, and artificial what? Artificial nails, isn't it? That even eating is, you have them. So ladies, how do you go to the farm with that? Flora Feather, you are an educationist, isn't it? So you'll convince those ladies with those kind of fingernails to go and use a hoe. Will you? So you must transform how we. So first of all, in my opinion, we must address the issue of too much manual work in our agriculture. Even when there's value addition, we eat ghee, but in lowland, when you put milk in the gourd, you have to wait between 6 o'clock in the morning or 6 p.m. to churn the milk, isn't it? So you have to remove that large labor. The farms have become a quarter of an acre, 1 acre. So how do you mechanize? Quarter acre, half acre, 1 acre, 2 acres? So we must learn to mechanize, isn't it? But not all people doing agriculture will do the mechanization. We have to learn to bring other stakeholders. So how do we bring other stakeholders? Because this is education system. We are talking of transformative education what? System. So we are mechanizing, we are removing drudgery, and then we hope that we will increase the food productivity and nutrition. I believe that is the gist of this function we have. There have been set objectives. The main objective is to support dialogue among universities, higher education regulators, ministries, and so forth. I said that I watch TV, and I saw in one of the programs vertical farming. I'd never seen, I'd never thought about it. Doing fish vertically in what? Large tanks, several what? Mechanized ways of purifying what? The water. The ministries. So that means financing, isn't it? So how do we make financing what? Cheaper. So there are so many things we can talk about. But the general objective, which that's the only one I will read, I will not go to the specific objectives, is to support dialogue among universities, higher education, regulators, ministries, and civil society for strengthening collaborative processes that enhance transformative education and agri-food system. Many years back, somebody told me that the definition of education is what remains after you have forgotten everything you are taught. So I don't know whether that is the definition of education you want. So you want them to retain that which they have been taught, isn't it? So don't forget. So VC, it is my honor to invite you to make your remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Duda. Partners, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Yes, I'm looking at you, and it reminds me on Monday, I was opening another training in ARC of much younger people. This is a program that was being, I think, frontiered, or supported by IFAD and our Confucius Institute. And they were training young farmers so they can grow food and also know how to take care of animals. I don't want to tell you what I was telling them, but so let me again say afternoon and welcome to Egerton and this TAGDev 2 side event. I don't know why you called it side event. It should have simply been TAGDev side event. I think that's more the correct one. It is being held alongside the Kenya National Research Festival 2025, which we are co-hosting with the National Research Fund in the country. We are deeply honored to host the gathering under the festival's theme, Sustainable Agriculture and Food Security, empowering communities through research, science, technology, and innovation. I know that those are many words being in one sentence, because each one you can talk about it the whole day. But actually, if you look at this, those of you who have been to the booth, you can see all of them epitomized by what is being displayed there. So, for us as a university, this event speaks to the heart of our institution. Egerton is privileged to be one of the 12 African universities implementing TAGDev 2 program. A 10-year initiative starting in 2023. I think we were busy negotiating for it in Zimbabwe in 2023. And it is led by Forum, the MasterCard Foundation, and the Global Confederation of Higher Education Associations for Agriculture and the Life Science. Again, for you to remember, that's an institute. It normally goes by the name Gichera, G-Chera. Yeah? Don't trust my pronunciations. I have a serious input of mother tongue. But the thing is, the program is designed to strengthen universities so that they serve the communities where they are situated and the country, the region, and Africa. This really, the focus is more and more on Africa and also on the youth. So we expect that as TAGDev 2 rolls on, it will be equipping young women and men with skills, values, and the confidence to transform agriculture and agri-food systems. So now I can tell you what I told those young fellows. Where I come from, I'm from Kisii, the land is small, and we were very productive. We had many sons, and each son must get a parcel of. Now we have been parceling land until you cannot even build a house on your small plot, and yet you are still marrying, and you are still producing children whom you must feed. So isn't it then a requirement that we actually shift our farming practices. You are talking about mechanized. There's nothing mechanized in Kisii. And very soon in Kenya there will be nothing mechanized in Kenya. I think I talked it on Monday. I talked about this. It was still this afternoon. And it is the same. We have serious challenge. And we need to really re-engineer our farming practices. There are people with a quarter acre and they are able to grow crops, horticulture. Can I call it horticulture? Amulo, you are the people who know the right terminologies. So please don't, I know some of you are wondering how is the VC speaking like he's not an agriculturist. Because Egerton is what? An agricultural institution. Me, I'm a pharmacist. And I tell people like this, the most essential medicine is food. Doesn't matter if I didn't have food yesterday, the day before. See, when I be here in my suit, I'll be trying somewhere to find something to eat. So as we sit and think about the future, that's why we are trying to enable our young women and men, is to enable them be able to produce food for the country in the future. To have food of nutritive value. To create food sovereignty for our country. Otherwise, there's a serious roaming problem. I tell people when I used to go to Nairobi when I was young, that tells you I'm not young anymore. And we used to drive through here, you know, from the infamous Saligai, the whole of that place, all the way to Nakuru. You could see rolling fields of what? Of wheat. Then from Naivasha all the way to Maimayu, they were rolling fields of wheat. What did you see there now? Small parcels of land. That's what I'm telling you, mechanized farming is going. And we keep saying still, people want more land, give them titles, do what? Really, if you were to ask me, the government should bite what we call the bullet and say all land belongs to the state. See, are you listening? Especially, Nakuru is notorious. Too many conmen. There are even those who want Ngongeri to parcel it, not to use it, to chop it into what? Into small pieces. Really, I don't need to emphasize what the effect of that is in terms of food production. It lowers food production. So today the agricultural education in Kenya and across Africa, because I don't think this is the problem only in Kenya, is undergoing a paradigm shift. We should be moving away from traditional models of knowledge transmission to more transformative, competence-based, and inclusive approaches. Nancy, we know you wrote this speech, but that's not very nice English in farming. Competence-based in what? In farming. Really, I cannot explain that. So the good thing, this is for discussion, so you can ask, what did that mean? And I will be asking somebody to respond. Yeah? But these approaches are there to empower learners, not just with information, but with critical thinking, problem solving, and innovation capacities to address food insecurity, address climate change, address youth unemployment. While it is addressing that, then we are still contributing towards sustainable development goals. And here we really think about SDG 2, that is zero hunger. You know, zero hunger is going to be very difficult to achieve because hunger is increasing everywhere. Or is it me who reads differently? Actually, hunger is increasing. Definitely in Kenya, hunger is going to increase unless we do something very drastic. The other one is quality education. That one we relate easily. So anybody we see in each one is getting quality what? Education. That one I know. And if you don't agree with me, then I'm the one to blame. But I know we are giving quality education. But quality education needs to have what? Facilitative environment for it to mature and the benefits to be seen. So I give you the opportunity to look at this dialogue, which is then for me timely. It provides you an opportunity to align agricultural education with the national development priorities, to forge stronger university industry linkages, to support youth innovation, and to identify the policy and the institutional reforms needed for inclusive and entrepreneurial education. I invite all of us to use this platform to co-create practical pathways that will bridge policy and practice and drive sustainable transformation in our education and the food system. It is now my great pleasure then to officially open this TAGDev site event. God bless you. Am I inviting anybody? Well, I can't remember who I'm supposed to invite.
Thank you so much, VC. As he goes to sit, can we give him 3 hearty claps? Now, we are moving on well. Thank you. We've been well guided on how we have to transform the education. Those are important remarks from also the DVC. But allow me, before I bring in the other guests, to say something. We didn't clap for Professor Nancy Mungai well, but we are not going to clap the way we are doing. We are going to clap the AI way. AI, yeah? There is a reason why I want to acknowledge her as we proceed, acknowledge the VC and the DVCs. One day when I was still new, I met a very brown lady. And when I had her introduction, I was told she's in agriculture. Then I was like, I didn't know beautiful people are in agriculture. Then I told myself the same way one of us, the youngsters, we are sitting here, you are like, I want to be like this lady. So that one moment I met her, she became my role model. She became my mentor. And that is why you are our AI. When I hear Professor Duda tell us that our nails are not the right nails, we are being told and reminded by the VC and the DVC that it goes back to the classroom. How are we going to use our education to change something. So thank you so much, Professor Nancy. Thank you so much, DVC. Thank you so much, VC. You are an inspiration to us. When we see you here, we know that the pace you have set for the university is a pace of transformation. And we are seeing a lot happening. That in 1 week, we are having first years. In 1 week, we are having the national research session going on. In 1 week, there is a side event going on. That cannot be just easily achieved like that. And with that, let's clap for our VC using the AI 4 times. Wait. In the tune of 1, 2, 3, let's go. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We are doing well. All right, we are going to move on to the next. Allow me to bring in forum representative, and this is Dr. Abigail Otinga to give her remarks.
The VC has just walked out when I wanted to greet him officially. You know, when your professor goes before you to prepare the way for you, you don't know what to say when you come after him. What I'm saying is that Professor Kibage is my professor, so it becomes a little bit difficult to be able to speak after him. But nevertheless, I am here. Allow me to recognize all the people in this room, in this special convening, the Vice Chancellor and management of Egerton University, the Minister of Education, of Agriculture, the directors, Nakosti, KNQA, Director of NRF, and all the other directors. Allow me also to recognize the university faculty who are in this room. Allow me to recognize the principals, deans, different universities and TVETs. And of course, our young people, the entrepreneurs. Good afternoon. My name is Abigail Otinga. I serve at the Roof Forum Secretariat as the Senior Program Officer, System Strengthening and Operations. But I also stand in as the Deputy Director of the TAGDev program. Roof Forum, many of you maybe have heard about Roof Forum, especially for those who are in agriculture. Roof Forum stands for Regional University Forum for Capacity Building in Agriculture. It began, or it was started almost 20 years ago by 10 vice chancellors in Africa, the vice chancellor of Egerton University being one of them. So really, as I stand here as Roof Forum in a different capacity, those vice chancellors are the owners of Roof Forum. So ideally, Professor Kibage is my boss. So now I can be comfortable saying that. So at Roof Forum, we are implementing the TAGDev program. And Professor Nancy has explained what the TAGDev stands for, transforming African agricultural universities to meaningfully contribute to the growth of the continent. It is a program that is being run by 12 principal universities across 10 countries, but really not 12 universities. Those are the principal universities, but in essence, it's working across 60 universities. So ideally, these 12 universities work, each one of them, with 4 or 5 universities. So when you make the math, it comes to around 60 universities. So it's an African program run and implemented by our African universities to be able to solve our African problems. And I wanted to bring that because I also want to look at what we were working with in terms of the TAGDev, what we are trying to achieve. Now, TAGDev responds to our problems, and those are food security, things of climate change and the effects thereof. And the highest on our agenda is the issue of the youth unemployment or underemployment. So those are the key issues that TAGDev 2.0 responds to. And Prof was asking, why do we call it TAGDev 2.0? Basically because it builds on an initial program, which was TAGDev 1.0, piloted by Egerton University and Gulu University in Uganda. So those were the two pilot universities. And because of the good things that came out of the TAGDev 1 program, those gains and wins were the basis for this TAGDev 2.0 program. So it means that the pioneers of this program really did a good job for it to be scaled to more universities. So remember that the initial universities were Egerton University and Gulu University, and now it is being scaled to 12 other universities, going to 60 universities. And we envision that the gains and wins and experiences and lessons that we gain from this TAGDev 2.0 will be scaled out into the RUFORUM wider network, which is a network of 175 universities. So we look at the gains that we get from this to be able to scale into all those universities. And if you are talking about scaling gains and wins into 175 universities, basically what you are saying is that you want to scale this across the whole continent, across different countries. So we work, the TAGDev program works to achieve 3 outcomes. The first one, expanded work opportunities for young men and women. One of the last time when I was here, Professor Kibage kept on asking, why do you people say young women and men? Why not young men and women, Yeah, so it strives to empower and expand work opportunities for young women and men to be able to create jobs and wealth so that they can contribute directly to the economy. For a long time as universities, we have been accused of mostly drawing from the economy and not contributing towards the economy. And basically what you are saying is that this program really envisions producing these young people who don't go out there in search of jobs, but really go out there to create jobs, to create wealth for themselves, to create wealth for their peers, and ultimately to contribute directly to the economy. Because that is where the problem is. There are no more jobs anymore, there are no more opportunities, but how can our universities work within the network, within the institutions to be able to deliver this kind of graduate? The second outcome that we respond to, or that we aim to achieve, is building...
Egerton University, in partnership with TAGDev 2.0 program, has organized a special side event during the National Research Festival 2025. On 20th of August 2025, we'll bring together leaders from institutions of higher learning, ministries, industry leaders, and youth to accelerate transformative education in agriculture. From high-level panels to youth-led innovation showcases, we'll explore how research, collaboration, and entrepreneurship can shape Kenya's agri-food future. Be part of the conversation, discover ideas, build connection, drive change. Together, we are accelerating transformative education through multi-stakeholder dialogue and collaboration. See you there. Egerton University, in partnership with TAGDev 2.0 program, has organized a special side event during the National Research Festival 2025. On 20th of August 2025, we'll bring together leaders from institutions of higher learning, ministries, industry leaders, and youth to accelerate transformative education in agriculture. From high-level panels to youth-led innovation showcases, we'll
education agenda. So, TAGDev 2.0 is in its second year of operation. So, like Prof said, it is a 10-year program, having built on.
Egerton University, in partnership with TAGDev 2.0 program, has organized a special side event during the National Research Festival 2025. On 20th of August 2025, we'll bring together leaders from institutions of higher learning, ministries, industry leaders, and youth to accelerate transformative education in agriculture. From high-level panels to youth-led innovation showcases, we'll explore how research, collaboration, and entrepreneurship can shape Kenya's agri-food future. Be part of the conversation, discover ideas, build connection, drive change. Together, we are accelerating transformative education through multi-stakeholder dialogue and collaboration. See you there. Egerton University, in partnership with TAGDev 2.0 program, has organized a special side event during the National Research Festival 2025. On 20th of August 2025, we'll bring together leaders from institutions of higher learning, ministries, industry leaders, and youth to accelerate transformative education in agriculture. From high-level panels to youth-led innovation showcases, we'll explore how research, collaboration, and entrepreneurship can shape Kenya's agri-food future. Be part of the conversation, discover ideas, build connection, drive change.
A little bit more on that. Around 2 months ago, our fund, a MasterCard Foundation, visited Ruforum. Ruforum, the secretariat is based in Kampala. And we had some young people who were showcasing their innovations, just like what we are seeing outside here today. Great ideas, great innovations, great things. You can see that there are great minds here. And it was such a rewarding experience to be able to see that these young people are actually coming from the university. So we did the rounds, we went through the stalls, and we looked at that. And then the visitors came to the university stand. And they were asking the university, the lecturers there and the professors there who are manning those stands, and they were asking them, we are seeing very good things coming out of the university. What are you at the university doing to be able to produce this kind of graduates? Well, index. We have seen some very great ideas. There was a young lady there who was talking about creating some substance that can be used to cover asbestos. We had, the young TAGDev students who have got brilliant ideas. But now, what is it that we need to take what they have done from there to a larger scale? And that's now the issue of the ecosystem partners coming, the private sector, the government, looking at these young people, how far they have come, how can we be able to scale whatever they are doing and bring it to commercialization, bring it so that really they can realize their dream of contributing positively to the economy. Because if we don't do that, if we don't leverage on these ecosystem partners, the industry, national government, international funding partners, and those kind of partners, to be able to take these technologies and innovation to move them away from innovations and now into commercialization, that is when we can be able really to contribute directly to the economy. Without doing that, those ideas will just end there at the innovation booths. And that is what we are saying. Can we be able to, as institution, leverage on these partners, work with them, create these networks so that we can be able to contribute to this young person being able to also contribute to the economy. Now, as I wind up, what I forgot to mention is that the TAGDev 2.0 program is very key on inclusivity. It's very key on inclusivity, and if you have been interacting with the key people who are implementing the TAGDev, you will always hear about how inclusive are we. And in this case, we're talking about bringing more young women on board, bringing more people with disabilities or people able differently, bringing more, disadvantaged communities, for example, like the refugees, and so on and so forth. And our program is very ambitious such that we want to be able to reach 1.2 million participants by the end of those 10 years. And out of those 1.2 million participants, 70% of them, we are saying, must be young women, and also 25% must be at least refugees or displaced persons, and then 10% of that should be at least people with disability, to be able to foster this culture of inclusivity. So today, as we make dialogue and as we talk, we really appreciate whoever is in the room, and let us be open, and as universities, we look at the ecosystem partners that we can be able to work with, so that we can be able to work together to be able to push this transformative agenda. So, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to stop here. And if you allow me, Madam MC, to introduce or bring on board the Mastercard Foundation representative, who is our funder for TAGDev 2.0, Mr. George Osure, who is the program lead and who we report to. George, thank you.
All right, as she goes down, continue with those claps to escort her until she sits.
Thank you very much. And it's not normal that universities report to me. So I don't know what to say about that. But on a more serious note, to the vice chancellors, the DVCs, the visitors from the other universities, the researchers, very important regulators here. And we are in the county of Nakuru, very important also. That's where I began my agriculture life. So thank you very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, I come from the Mastercard Foundation, and I work in the Higher Education Collaborative. So, ladies and gentlemen, researchers, innovators, farmers, government officials, students, all protocols observed. It is indeed a great privilege for the Mastercard Foundation to address you today during the National Research Festival of Kenya 2025, which is appropriately hosted at this prestigious campus of Egerton University, which is all about collaborations. It is a rare convergence of academia, government, business, civil society, students, and the farming community in a knowledge festival that will provide a complete snapshot of our nation's research ecosystem. It is a timely and critical theme. This is because this year's theme sustainable agriculture, and food security, empowering communities through research, science, technology, and innovation is more than just a title. It is a call to action that addresses some of the biggest issues of our time. In an era of climate change, increased population, and changing economies, the future of our food systems will be determined by our capacity to innovate and to work together in a collaborative manner. The conversations we've had over the past few days and will continue to have over the next few days, and the innovations we will display this week are important steps and building blocks towards creating a more resilient, equitable, and food-secure Kenya. Collaboration is important to break down silos and a way to take researchers and their expertise from their niche market in academia to what is commonly referred to as the farmer's field. This translocation of knowledge and business models, which we've heard about from the previous speakers, can accelerate timeliness and quality of support available to our farming communities. With collaboration, business models can be refined and become viable investment opportunities, which we've seen at the exhibition. Over these few days, this exciting program of exhibitions and discussions on diverse subjects will highlight cutting-edge agri-food system technologies, which should enlighten all of us. I hope everyone leaves here having learned something new, most importantly made a new connection, and even become inspired to try a new venture. It is my sincere hope that this festival becomes the catalyst to changing the future of our country's agriculture. It is a sector that can provide many young people with dignified and fulfilling work. In the MasterCard Foundation, we break down the work. You do work, we consider the quality of the work, and if it's fulfilling to the individual. Fulfilling means you are respected, you enjoy it, and you appreciate what you are doing. And in conclusion, this fulfilling work is one where true prosperity can and will be harvested. So thank you very much, and I look forward to listening to the rest of the conversation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, MasterCard representative in the room. Please, let's clap for him until he sits. They are making the possibilities happen, and the impossible still happen. As we begin from the borders, we are now advancing to the next level, and they are making it all happen. At times, when we are given this opportunity by TAGDev to move into the homes, to make it possible for these youth to come into the classrooms, when we go to those villages and see the society that is we are interacting with, and the reason why you are here so that together we
Thank you so much. I know very soon I'll be daktari. So muniambia amen.
Amen.
Thank you so much. My name's Leonard Bor. As you've heard, the CEC in charge of agriculture, livestock, fisheries, and veterinary services, this great county of Nakuru. Before I continue, I know I have staff from the county government of Nakuru, and I think allow me to have them upstanding so that you can see them. Just stand up. Yeah, maybe a clap for them. Thank you so much. I want to really appreciate this opportunity that we've gotten so that we can also share the transformative education and agri-food systems. I realize that this is a county which is actually our food systems, which face unprecedented challenges ranging from climate change, food security, youth unemployment, and land pressure. In Nakuru County, the urgency of these issues is especially clear, with over 64% of our population under the age of 35. Our youth are not just a demographic reality, they are our greatest asset. Yet many of them remain unemployed or underutilized. Even as agriculture holds immense potential to drive inclusive growth, innovation, and sustainability. We therefore ask, how do we reform agriculture education so that it equips our young people, not only with knowledge, but with skills, mindsets, and opportunities to lead change in our agri-food systems. This is where transformative education comes in, not as a form of the past, but as a changing landscape of the future. A future where learning is practical, inclusive, entrepreneurial, and rooted in real-world challenges. A future where universities, civil societies, industry, and government collaborate to build pathways that connect education, innovation, and improved livelihoods through education and agriculture. Today's dialogue is about creating the future of the agri-food together. As Nakuru County, we recognize that the future of our agri-food systems lies in our ability to align agriculture education with Kenya's national development priorities. Our response to food insecurity, climate change, and youth unemployment must begin in the classroom, the lab, and the farm. We must reorient our agriculture curricula to prepare learners not only to grow crops, but to solve systemic problems in agriculture. We are calling all stakeholders, universities, civil societies, the private sector, and government to join us in shared action agenda. The transformation of agricultural education requires collective vision and sustained collaboration across institutions and regions. Nakuru County is committed to being a hub for piloting and scaling education reforms that are contextual, inclusive, and future-oriented. Our top priorities is to strengthen the bridge between academia and industry. This means creating practical pathways, internship, research, and partnership, and innovations hubs that connect theory with practice. When students solve real-world agricultural challenges, in collaboration with private sector and government, we cultivate a generation of agripreneurs and problem solvers. Our youth are not just the future, they are the now. Across Nakuru and beyond, we are seeing innovative, youth-led agribusinesses that demonstrate the power of education that is hands-on, entrepreneurial, and social conscious. Today we celebrate and showcase these young change makers who are redefining agriculture. Just to mention but a few of these innovations that we have in our county, we have Step Afra Young Farmer Club, whose focus area is in rabbit farming, which is school-based. Youth innovation showcased at the agricultural show, the last agricultural show that we had. Greenbelt, Feature Bees, which focuses on dairy value addition, who does the pasteurization and cooling infrastructure. Green Thumb, CBO, focusing in fish farming, that highlights the technology-enabled bond management and equipment grants. Cherokee Seth Kobor Youth Group, who focuses on seedling and potato multiplication. High short-term returns, which has short-term returns and environment benefits. Henrock 6 Group, maize milling and branding, expansion into cereal value chain and integration. Eagle Sight Youth Group, packaged cereals, porridge flour, scaling operations to boost youth employment. Harvest Young Farmer Club, which is a student agricultural innovations, which is institutional, is highlighting on institutional support and showcasing opportunities. Egerton University Tomato Project, which focuses on horticulture, technology, and value chain. Focuses on technical training and mentorship for youth and women. Nakuru Living Lab, Greencom. I think we've been able to see all this innovation. The Greencom, Nakuru Living Lab were actually in our exhibitions, which showcases organic compost and regenerative agriculture. So for us in the room, it's time to rethink the structure and content of our agricultural education. Happy that we are doing this in this renowned university in the agriculture field. And we really need to rethink the education systems. We must reform outdated curricula, embed entrepreneurial thinking, and ensure inclusivity, especially for women, for young women, and marginalized communities. Together, let us develop policies and institutional frameworks that foster adaptability, creativity, and resilience in our education systems. Let us leave this forum with ideas, renewed commitment to act. Nakuru County is ready to collaborate, to co-create, and to champion transformative education that equips our youth and farmers to lead resilient, sustainable, innovative agri-food systems. The time for transformation is now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you. Let's give a more hearty clap for the CCM. The time is now. Those are his remarks. Sir, I am a very good supervisor. When you tell me to delete the word doctor, I actually deleted very fast. But when I had you finish, I started returning it back. You qualify. It's only the papers we are waiting for to certify. Thank you so much. I think we've been really reminded, and the youth, if we had those days, Kenya would have been very far. Where you have the government in the room, where you have the universities in the room, where you have the civil societies in the room, and you have the lead persons with all the experience in the room, and you have money coming in the room. It's a very unique afternoon, And we are hoping that just as we have been guided by CCM, definitely by the end of the evening, a lot is coming from here. Allow me to say I am envious, because I am a Dean Faculty of Education, but we are not doing what I'm seeing in this room today. Where are the stakeholders for education, where we also bring in the CSM for education, we bring in the others. So sir, soon you will find me looking for you to introduce me, so that we have this type of stakeholders. Professor, thank you so much for the dialogue you have initiated. This is going to change society. So on that note, allow me, we move on to our next level, where we want to shift the lens a bit and bring in our keynote speaker for the day. If you are realizing, we are now repeating some keywords: collaboration, environment, setting the right momentum, and so on and so forth. So what is this CBE? So we have Dr. Mary Waiganjo, who is coming in as our keynote, and she's going to take us through implementation of CBE in Kenya, because we are talking of transforming our agriculture programs as well to change society. So what are the lessons for institutions of higher learning? As before she comes in, just allow me to acknowledge the presence of Elizabeth Shugulu, who is the Deputy Director, Trading. Karibu sana, madam. So our keynote speaker, karibu sana. Let us welcome her with warm claps as she comes to the stage.
So good evening, everybody. As I wait for the tech person to connect, we're just going to shift a little bit. We've been talking a lot about agriculture, and the youth. And probably I may now turn a little bit to education. How do we impact our youth? And okay, yeah, just to make sure it's okay. Thank you. So how do we impact our youth so that they can be transformative in what they do? And this is where now agricultural education comes in. And like what you can see on my screen, my name is Mary Waiganjo from the Department of Agricultural Education and Extension, and I specialize in agricultural education. So as all those who have spoken before me, they have said very important things. We need to discard that which is not working in our education. We need to impart the youth with competences. And that is why we are calling it the competence-based education. And I believe as we sit here as members of institutions of higher learning, together with the other stakeholders, we have one ultimate goal. And I believe is to produce graduates who will go out to the society to impact the society. Graduates who are going to be critical thinkers and bring about solutions to the issues that are there in the society. So how are we going to do it? Now somebody said that it's only a fool who does the same thing you've always done, the same way, and you expect different results. So we have to change if we expect to see change. So now that our ultimate goal is to produce that graduate, I want us to start from that end. Who is this person that we want to produce? And then we come back and see, so what is our role as members of these institutions of higher learning? And when I talk about institutions of higher learning, we are talking about institutions that learners join after the basic education. In Kenya, basic education is primary and secondary, and currently up to grade 12. So beyond grade 12, we are talking about institutions of higher learning, so TVETs, universities, and other colleges. Now, we are talking about that competent graduate, and a competent graduate should have those things. They should be knowledgeable in their areas. If you're talking about agriculture, we need to give them knowledge about agriculture. They will require skills. Now, those skills and knowledge, there must be an underlying something that will help them to be effective, values and attitudes. Now, when we look at the traditional model of training, I don't know what you think, what is our strength? What has been our strength so far? Now, I'm a teacher, so maybe that's why I'm... So, given those 4 quadrants, what do you think has been our strength? Knowledge. We give our students a lot of knowledge. So actually, if I was to draw it proportionally, the knowledge quadrant should have been bigger. What else do we give our students? We also give them skills, right? They may not be at a high level or required level, but we give them skills. What about values and attitudes? Do we give them notice? Do we prioritize them as we go to class? I'm saying that because I know quite a number of us here are teachers. When I say teachers, lecturers, tutors, at whatever level. When you go to class, are you keen to make sure that your students, they catch the values and attitudes? Or is it that when I go and they get the content, I'm satisfied? And so of what importance is that knowledge that you're giving your graduates? We imagine is because you're going to use it to operate in whatever area they want. So in agricultural education, we give them knowledge in agriculture. And also we need to think, are the skills important? Yes, because without skills, somebody may not be able to be competent or efficient in what they're doing. Like in agriculture, if, for example, you are to give somebody the knowledge on just how to milk a cow, and you have not given him the skills, will that person be able to milk? No. But sometimes that's what we do. At the end of the semester, what do we do? Give me the procedure on how to milk a cow. And the person writes A to Z. You give him 20 out of 20. But give him a cow there and tell him to milk. Some of them may not be able to do it. So skills are important. And as they attend to that cow, what is their attitude? As they deal with that milk, what are their values? We know farmers who baptize the milk, and then they bring it to the dairy and they want you to buy it. What values? Do we bother to make sure that they have values? That when I milk, let me sell that milk unadulterated to my consumers. So values and attitudes, values are very important, and also attitudes. What values are important? What attitudes are important? That should come out in our programs, even as we think about what are our roles as members of in the higher institutions of learning. And as we look at that quadrant, It gives us what we call the nature of a competence. Because sometimes we have people asking, so what's the difference between a skill and a competence? And the nature of a competence is that we give that student knowledge, we give them skills, we give them attitudes, and there is that within a context that is underpinned by values. So let's not just stop at knowledge and skills. If we are going to offer transformative education, then we have to go all the way and make sure that they also catch the values that are important for them to be able to perform that which they do. And when you think about why the competencies, now I know I may move a little bit fast because of time. Now the competencies, they'll be important because we want to grow our economy and we also want to increase our productivity. The SDG number 2, one of the targets is to double productivity and also double the income of the farmers. So we want our youth to have the competencies so that we can be able to improve our productivity. Also think about the environmental sustainability. Climate change is very key, and therefore they will need those skills. They need to be innovative and competitive, and I'm glad we are talking about the exhibitions that we're able to see. I was not able to be there, but from what I can hear is like our youth, they have very good ideas. Can we help them to sharpen their minds, to be critical thinkers, to be creative, and come up with solutions that can be able to sort us out in the society? And also the social and civic development is also very important. Now, what are the competencies that the employers globally look for? Now, I just have a list there which is not, of course, comprehensive. Most of us, we know that nowadays when you go for interviews for a job, it's not just you give your transcript certificates, but the employer wants to know, do you have some of these competencies that will enable you to be a better person as in that job that you're seeking to have? So those are some of the competencies. And if you look at them, now most of them, or all of them, they're not what you call the technical or the hard skills. But most of us, when we go to class, what do we concentrate on? The technical skills. And we forget that as we release these graduates, the employer wants the technical skills as well as these other skills, the soft skills. Is that graduate able to communicate? Is he a team player? Nowadays we have a lot of, like in this room, what I've had is a lot of collaboration. If that graduate is not a team player and you release them and then he's supposed to work in a project, then that project may not end up or see the light of day or to the end because this person doesn't know how to work with others. Problem solving, responsibility, digital literacy, and so on. And those are things that even as we think about transformative education, now these are some of the things that we need to build into our curriculum and think of how do we ensure that our graduates have those skills. And towards the end, there's some I've put in italics which are also coming up: emotional intelligence, cross-cultural awareness, because we are training our students, or we need to train them to be global citizens, aware of their surrounding, and also how to be able to fit in any situation they find themselves in. Sometimes we even have our youth, once they graduate, they are working even from Kenya, but they are working in a team of people all over the world. I'm sure we have seen that. Their offices are within the house. They are working with somebody in South Africa, in India. How do they work? So we have to make them to have that cross-cultural awareness, which is very important. Now, going back to so what we are saying is that traditional model focuses on theoretical knowledge, the transformative model focuses on demonstration of skills. In other words, competence should be somebody who you know it and you can also do it. And that is what we want in transformative education. So that gives us just a paradigm shift where we want now less of content, more of competencies, more practicals, and we are talking about the curriculum should not be as rigid as it is. It should be flexible with specialization, if possible. As we relook into our programs, how can we give them pathways? How can we give them specialities? An example would be like BCom, where somebody can specialize in marketing, entrepreneurship, and so on. But most of our programs, we don't. We don't have those kind of a specialization. Assessment, you're going to see that is one of the key things that we need to think about. And also teacher-centered, we move from teacher-centered to learner-centered. Now, the rationale for change, now these are some of the things that we have heard, but reminders are good. Why are we changing? One, because of the SDGs. We have the SDG number 2, that's about agriculture. Now, we were told by a previous speaker, we may not have zero hunger, but let's try and reduce it by being innovative. One of the areas that I know has always been like a concern for me is sometimes urban agriculture, we don't really focus on it. We think farming, food production should be out there in the field. But what can I do as a person living in an urban center? Can I supplement my kitchen budget by doing something? And that requires technology that needs to come in. SDG number 4, we also have several targets, and one of them is giving our youth, our learners, relevant skills for decent work and so on. The 21st century skills, we also need to focus on them as we review and restructure our programs. Education Agenda 2030, I'll just give them to you and then you can always refer to them. African Agenda, what kind of continent do we want? African Agenda is about the Africa that we want, and whereby we need quality, relevant graduates that will be able to revitalize our economy. We also have global citizenship. We need to make I've talked about the cross-cultural awareness, and therefore our programs should also be able to look into that and see how we can expose them. And one way, we have been having exchange programs, which are very important. Like we had students who had gone out for teaching practice in our faculty. When they came back, they had to finish their teaching practice here, and when I met one of them and asked them, what are the differences? She just shook her head. You know, that realization of the world is so different from where I am can make her start thinking, how can I make Kenya education or this classroom to be better than what it is? So that makes her start coming up with some ideas. So those are some of the things that you can do. Now, change in technology. When you talk about change in technology, it's not just the digital technology. In agriculture, we have technology. Like one of the speakers talked about somebody digging manually. And then you just have a small hand-driven gadget that can help you to prepare your land faster. So technology is there in every sector. Let's make use of it. Knowledge expression, dynamism in our societal needs, which needs to be met by the education that we offer our learners. And of course, lastly, we can't wish away the presidential working party on educational reforms. It has something about higher education that also we can use their recommendations to improve our education. Then, when we talk about CBE, we have 4 key principles. One is mastery based, whereby we expect students to prove themselves by mastering some skills, and then they can progress on. And as they master their the skills, and because we are all different, it means you may master a certain skill faster than I do, and that is what gives us the second principle, that is self-paced. That is something that our education does not give the learners to do it. I know it can be complex in a situation, but those are ideas that you can think about. There is also flexible pathways. Like I said, we can have programs that allow learners to specialize. That means that somebody can get into a program. By the time maybe you get to the end of first year, second year, you can find I may need to specialize in this and allow them to do that. Then when it comes to assessment, I know in the traditional model, main assessment is just paper and pen, where we tell the student is 6th week, cut 1. I don't know what week, cut 2. End of semester, exam. At the end of it, you have an A, you have a B, you have failed. So authentic assessment is what now this will require. And authentic assessment in brief is just based on real world tasks. You give them projects. You give them simulations and so on. And we can expand on that maybe another time. So authentic assessment, that is something that the higher education we have to think about. And I think the TVET people, they're ahead of the universities, and there are things that we can learn from them about assessment. Now, CB implementation in Kenya, we can learn from the basic education. One, they have focused on practical skills, and that means that even for us as we transit into the CBE, we need to focus on practical skills, holistic development, not just developing the minds, but also we need to give them the skills, the attitudes, and the values, and also industrial alignment. What does the industry require? We need to talk to each other. And that's why I like TAGDev, the way it has brought the stakeholders together. The employers can tell us what do they need in these graduates. And when they talk, we listen and we respond. And that can be transformative in the way that we train our learners. Then what are the challenges that have been there? Inadequate teacher training. I'm sure all of us, if you have been in Kenya for some time, that has been there. Teachers complaining maybe they cannot cope and so on. Resource constraints. So even as we receive our first cohort, are we ready resource-wise? Assessment and evaluation, I've talked about authentic assessment, whereby we have been doing it differently, but now we are expected to change. And the change is not just moving from 30%, 70% to, I know we are suggesting 60, 40. You can just have the marks, but we still do things the same way. So even as we change the percentage of summative and formative assessment, the type of assessment also needs to change. And also, resistance to change has also been an issue. Now, just before I look at almost the last slide, that is the role of higher education. Now, when you look at the challenges, now, there is one single person who is addressed there by all those. Who is that single person? It is the teacher, yeah? Inadequate training of the teacher. When you have resource constraints, it affects the teacher. Assessment and evaluation is usually done by the teachers. Resistance to change, the teachers. And this tells us that one major focus we need to have is on the teacher. You can have a very good, wonderful program. For the university levels, it goes to CUE, they give you a tick, it's very good. When you bring it back here, if the teacher's attitudes is I don't like CBE. I don't understand it. I don't care. If we don't support that teacher with resources, if we don't give them continuous professional development, if we don't enable them to do the assessment, the authentic assessment you're talking about, now guess what? That transformative program that you have will be a flop. So the teacher is very key. We prepare the teacher adequately, then we'll be going somewhere. Now lastly, just in summary, role of the higher education institutions in our CBE. The first thing we need to do is curriculum realignment, whereby we need to review our programs, we need to restructure our programs, and the university has a very critical role in successfully implementing the CBE, and especially as we prepare for the first transition of the first cohort into the university. We align our programs and shift from the knowledge-heavy model to to one that emphasizes demonstrable skills. Then the other thing we need to do is faculty development. I've just mentioned about the teacher. Let's take care of the teacher. Let's make sure they are prepared, they are well supported, because if they're not well supported, then they may not be able to execute that transformative teaching that we want them to do. And also, let's have the infrastructure and technology. We provide the infrastructure and technology. Sometimes teachers have very good ideas on how to teach, but sometimes you come to class and if, let's say, for example, I came with my laptop and this podium was not there, would I be able to make use of the laptop? I had my preparation, I prepared my lesson, but I have nowhere to. Maybe there's no socket to power my laptop, or maybe even to project. Very, very small things can transform the way we teach. And, or even provision of Wi-Fi. I may want to do something using Wi-Fi in class. It's not provided. So that support, infrastructure and technology is very, very important. And then the other one is collaboration with industry. As we train them, we are talking about demonstrable skills. We need to partner with stakeholders where they can be able to go out and practice. I know we send them out for teaching practice, they go for field attachment, but how often do they go out? Maybe just once. I know there's I don't know whether TVET, they have started, they're supposed to go out for field attachment twice. Teaching practice already we have started, they are going out twice because we want them to learn those skills and to get them to a level where they can be able to demonstrate competence. And also now, the other thing that we need to do is assessment frameworks. We have talked about authentic assessment. So that's another thing that the higher education institutions need to do. How do we now assess them? Are we just going to stick to the paper and pen kind of assessment? Or are we going to come up with other sorts of assessment that can be able to tell us whether these students, they have the skills? So there are many that we can do, and that is it. And I just had something there. When you look at that picture, I don't know what you see. What do you see when you look at that picture? Yeah? Sunset. Mm-hmm. Prof, you're just smiling, Professor Mulo. Uncertainty. Uh-huh. You see, somebody says sunset, another one uncertainty. A barren land. Mm-hmm. That's an agriculturalist speaking, eh? And especially a soil scientist. Yeah? A bright future, a long way to go. So when you look at, I know we may not have time to interrogate this, but when you look at it and in the context of CBE, maybe some of us are hesitant, like that man looks hesitant. Maybe others are looking at it as a road leading to nowhere. Others is a bright future, there's light ahead. Others, it's like, it's barren land. I don't know whether we have what it takes to reach there. Maybe it's so dry, so hot, so this and the other. I don't know what we think, but my prayer is that I hope we see the light ahead. It's a bright future, but there is also work. It may not be easy, it may feel like you're walking through a dry land, but there is light ahead. And let me finish with this. A quote by Max Dupree, who said that we cannot be what we need to be by remaining what we are. We cannot be what we need to be by remaining what we are. So it means there is work for us to do. Sorry for rushing you, but it's because of time. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. This is Dr. Mary Waiganjo from the Faculty of Education, and she's in the area of agriculture and agricultural education and extension. Let's give her some 3 more hearty claps. Thank you so much. You are self-directed. You didn't need me to guide you how to clap. Huh? All right. We are moving. Sorry we had to rush you, but it's because with these key stakeholders here, we really also need the next level on the panel discussions, and she was setting the pace for us. We are talking about CBE. We wanted to just briefly understand what is this we are talking about, and then the next question will be, we cannot move unless the stakeholders are the first area to start from. And that is where we are here. And that is where we are heading to, so that now we move on to the stakeholders session. We listen to them. And it's going to be set by none other than our one and only Professor Mulwa, who is going to be the moderator of the session. There is something about our DVC that as he will walk up there, the youth, I was waiting to listen when I was watching this. I wanted to understand when we are talking about the challenges and we are talking about where we want to head to, where is the role of the student? Where is the role of this youth? And this is the session we are heading to. Now, as our moderator is preparing to come, there is something about Professor Mulwa that makes him exceptionally a leader. Have you ever seen leaders who are actually down to earth? And there is something at times he will annoy you so much when it comes to transformation of the society, but he always has a laughter around him. I'm sure he's even laughing now. And Professor, there is a unique something you have about you that endears people to you. So we will want to listen to that. Before that, allow me to acknowledge in the room the presence of our NRF director, Professor Adala. Professor, maybe just say hi. Just stand up. The youth have not seen you. Maybe you look like the youth. Just a quick one is good to say, just Jambo.
Yeah, I'm part of the youth, so I want to be a farmer. Thank you so much, and it feels personally very delighted at how Egerton have taken this event very seriously. Please keep it up. And on the CBE aspect that we've been taken through, I'm also among those who are resisting. I still have some yellow notes if I when I come back, but I'll transform. Keep the good job up, and you have my full support. Thank you.
Clap for that. But on that one, we are going to give an AI one. Have you heard the words he has finished with? You have his full support. Youth, where are you with your projects? Congress, I can see Congress Faculty of Education is there. Where are you with your project? Imagine the director is assuring you you have his support. Let's wake up, youth. Let's take the moment and move Kenya to the next level. So we are going to have a quick picture in front here. Our guests of the day, the main stakeholders, the DVCs, the organizing team, universities. Just a quick one here as we prepare for the panel session. Just kindly, we have a formation here. So the picture, people kindly guide us very fast. So we are having the DVCs, we are having Forum, MasterCard, we are having our directors who are in the room, the professors, the deans and directors kindly come up, as I also acknowledge our director for postgraduate, Professor Merimba. A quick one please, 1 minute because of time. Professor Gulia, you are part of this. You are a key stakeholder with a lot of what we need in this room. Kindly join in. Keynote speaker, please. Come in. Please arrange us very fast, the people taking the pictures. So this is the first quick one, and then our partner institutions, you'll go on the stage. I'm short, are you seeing me? The partner institutions, a quick one on there. Please, where are you? So as they are coming, kindly the panelists, Dr. Roslida Owor, Dr. Alice, just to give the new moderator. Please smile, you're transforming the world. All right, thank you so much. Allow me then to hand over the mic to the DVC, AF&P, Professor Mulwa, to move the next step.
Good evening. I stand on the protocols already established. My name is Richard Mulwa, and I'll be moderating this session on a high-level panel discussion to look at the subject of aligning higher education with national development goals. Specifically, we want to examine the role of regulators, ministries, universities, and TVETs in the whole of this issue of aligning ourselves in terms of our education. I've had a new term here, transformative education, but we need to align it to make sense to our national developmental goals. In my introduction to this topic, I want to say that aligning higher education with Kenya's national developmental goals calls for a system-wide and synergistic approach. So at the outset, we need to start running away from our silo mentalities and look at coordinated efforts that will be able to bring together government agencies to formulate policies, look at regulatory bodies to safeguard standards, look at institutions at our level, universities and TVETs, to bring these policies to life through the delivery of the training, research, and community engagement mandates, so that we are able to achieve what we are talking about here, the transformation education. What in Kenya will this entail in the perspective of agriculture? We are looking at education that will deliver assurance for food security. And you heard Professor Duda here saying he had ugali for lunch. Was that food security? I think that was availability at that point. There are people who have lunch, Professor, and they're not sure whether it will be available supper time. So we need to distinguish those. But also we want to look at ourselves building resilience to climate effects. I'm hearing a lot about the big word, climate change. But how many of us had Professor Kahi reading a historical document of 120 years ago in our locality, just nearby here? So I started asking myself from yesterday, is it really change, or do we talk of seasonal shifts in the way our climate behaves? If for 120, because they tell us if you map 50 years, you are able to tell whether there are trends that can be talked about. Here for 125 years, nothing much has really changed. When you look at the onset window for our rains, when you look at the onset window for our droughts, and so what are we doing about it? But we are all seeing climate change. Maybe we need to think deeper about it. But we also want to look at an agriculture education that drives innovation across the agri-food systems. And this was very well covered yesterday if we were there. The idea of systems approach to our food systems is also very important. Now this vision can only be realized with a clear understanding of our roles as stakeholders. Without it, then we'll be groping in the dark. And so this plenary session is quite timely and very strategic in that we want to set a platform here to build consensus on priority areas that help us align our agriculture education with our development goals as a country. So insights that will be generated here will inform universities, TVETs, regulators, and government to work towards a more effective delivery of the idea of transformative systems for agriculture education with the ultimate goal of achieving food and nutrition security. And so I want then to invite the esteemed panel here to be able, through some small questioning, peer ourselves into the idea and be able to bring out what we think are our deep thoughts on this matter. In this panel, I want to call Professor Bernard Aduda, the DVC Academics, Research and Extension, Egerton University. Karibisheni huyu Huyu professor. He's a professor of physics. But I told him, when you land in Egerton, even if you're in aerospace, you need to do it the agriculture way. So here we are, Professor. We also have the CEO of KENAF, Bwana Daniel Mtomailuta. I hope I've done it well. He comes to us from the Federation of Farmers' perspective, important in terms of where production is actually happening. We also have the principal, Sabatia TVC, Madam Jamila Makoha. Welcome. Do we have the representative from KNQA? They were meant to be in the panel. Also, the representative from NACOSTI. I haven't seen them. I think there is enough strength here, even though the gender is not fully balanced, but by percentage, it is constitutional, so I'm not worried. Fine. I will moderate this by asking questions. Yes. I'm being informed that question cards are being distributed, so in case you have a question to any panel member here, we'll have a Q&A session shortly after they have gone through the first round of questions. Now, I want to start by engaging Professor Aduda. You know, this conference and the festival is hosted jointly by Egerton University. It is owned by the National Research Fund, but the county government of Nakuru is also a partner. In that perspective then, Professor, how is Egerton University leveraging a program like TAGDev 2.0 that has sponsored this session to align first the teaching, the research, and the community engagement realms with what national priorities are? I hope I'm clear, Professor. We want you to tell us how this university, through a program like TAGDev 2.0, is aligning the teaching, the research, and community engagement activities with national priorities.
Okay, thank you, Chair. The program TAGDev, first of all, so when you bring different stakeholders together, that is an important step in getting all of us involved. Secondly, TAGDev has sponsored students to acquire higher degrees. That is involvement in research. Not too long ago, I transformed myself from being a DVC to being one of the farmers. I think twice. One was outside the gate there in one of the halls, and secondly, we went to the demonstration farm. That is community outreach. TAGDev is actively involved in helping us review our curricula. And as a university, if our curricula is irrelevant or outdated or misaligned, then we miss the mark, and our role as a university, we miss it all. So TAGDev has played a key role in helping us first review our curricula. There are specific curricula that TAGDev 2.0 has sponsored the review of. There are training programs, research activities that TAGDev has been involved in. And if you go to some of the fields there, they have a demonstration farm. And that demonstration is research-based. And lastly, as I've said, it has brought us here. I've seen a number of occasions, stakeholders, particularly farmers, have been brought in to interact with researchers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, review of programs, research-based demonstration farm, and actually transforming the professor into a farmer. TAGDev is doing quite a bit. We'll come back to you, Professor, in due course. I want to go to Dr. Mutoma Mailutha. You are here as a representative from a very big farmer organization. I want to ask, in terms of the national development goals, how should national development goals guide the reform in agricultural education from the perspective of a large farmers organization like yours?
Thank you, Prof. First of all, let me thank you for pronouncing my name well. Not many people do that. It's in Tomailo, and that's how you actually say it, so thank you very much. Thank you. I'm happy to be here. I left Egerton 21 years ago. This is not my first time, of course, coming back to Egerton. I come a lot, but I'm always happy to come to Egerton, where I did my bachelor's degree. So, yes, how the national development goals should align with a program like TAGDev Prof. I think someone said at the beginning, I think it was the Vice Chancellor, that agriculture is the backbone of our country's economy. We are always saying that. Everyone really says that. Every document you read starts with that statement. But at the Kenya National Farmers Federation, KENAF, which is the apex umbrella farmers organization in Kenya, of course, some of you, I don't think anyone is old enough to remember the name Kenya National Farmers Union. That is what has become Kenya National Farmers Federation. We don't see that. We don't see that because in our country, again, farmers are the poorest. Farmers, you know, in the public perception in this country, people think of the poorest. If you ask anyone really, which is the poorest segment of the population, they'll say it's farmers. And indeed, it is true, because farmers lead a hand-scrabble life in this country. But then at the same time, we are saying that agriculture is the backbone of the country's economy. So there is a mismatch there, because if it is indeed the backbone, then why are farmers poor? Why do farmers lead the kind of lives they lead? Why do young people are afraid of, you know, studying agriculture and soil and livestock and animal health? Because they believe that they will not make, you know, as much money as the people who study, let's say, computer science or artificial intelligence these days, or other areas of study. Why do we depict farmers wearing tattered clothes and riding old bicycles and not cars, or flying in planes like other professionals? So I think, Prof, what we need to do is streamline, and I really like the professor from agriculture education, some of the things she alluded to. That's what we really need to do. But if I look at the agricultural sector transformation and growth strategy, which is supposed to guide the transformation of agriculture in our country from 2019 to 2029, the 10-year strategy, and you look at the role of education, I don't think it is strong enough You know, I don't think the role of training in the ASTGS is strong enough. It looks at aggregation, it looks at finance, it looks at transport, it looks at agro-processing, but I don't think it really brings in a strength or brings out the importance of training, of education, of skills, and this is what we need. So we can do a lot more in ensuring that the young people in this country in particular, because the sector, like several speakers have said, has a lot of opportunities for young people. And to make good money, for the young people who are here, let me tell you, and I work with farmers, you know, from across the country, there is money to be made in this sector. But before you make that money, obviously you need the knowledge. You need the training, you need the skills, you need the competencies. And that is something you get at Egerton University, among other training institutions, the TVETs. That's why I think, you know, a program like TAGDev is important, also in the way that it enables young people acquire, you know, skills, training in the areas of agriculture and livestock, I believe. This is what you need, you young people. You need to have the skills, you need to have the, you also need to believe in yourself. I think values is what Daktari talked about. We need to shift, you know, this thinking that agriculture is for people who failed in school. It's for people who did not get A's. It's for people who don't want to live like a high life where you can earn a lot of money and do all the things that, you know, you imagine of doing as a young person. There is all this in agriculture and more. But then, of course, it's unfortunate like KNQA is not here and other government institutions, because we need to really strengthen the role of training, education, and skilling in our national development goals if we are going to really achieve the imperatives set forth in the agricultural sector transformation and growth strategy.
Thank you very much. I think a very timely answer. Professor Gulie, I hope you've heard that. There's something missing in the ASTGS. I had never looked at it from that perspective, but it's actually true. Higher agriculture education is not really captured as a strategy for agricultural development in that strategy. Professor Kibwage, you are welcome. Our VC has come back. I think this is timely. And just to tell you, Prof, one of your staff has popped in, anaitwa Professor Gulie. Ako hapa pia. Okay. I want to push this to Madam Jamila. I want to question the role of TVETs and the role they play in equipping youth with practical, job-ready skills for the agri-food sector. Just give us a snippet of what really critical role these people you handle at your level play in terms of the practical skills you impart and the job readiness, looking at the skills that they get for their contribution in the agri-food sector. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before I start, allow me to introduce myself. I'm Makoha Jamila, representing the principal, Sabatia Technical. I'm the Dean of Trainees. She's engaged somewhere, so she has sent me. On the role of TVET, we as TVET subsector, we do train our trainees on agricultural practical skills through various approaches. First of all, we utilize what we call as a transformative and responsive curriculum, which is relevant to the job market. We do utilize what we call as the dual training approach. That is the first approach that we are encouraging our trainees to use, in a way that after training the classroom instruction, we do release them to the industry on 3 blocks. We have what we call as the block release, whereby we take our trainees in class for a period of 3 months. We train them on the theoretical knowledge, skills, and attitudes based on agriculture. For instance, if it is an animal production, we do train them. After that, we release them to the industry so that they can gain the practical experience. We at Sabatia Technical, we've collaborated with various industries and partners in agriculture. For instance, we have what we call as the Kaimosi ATC. That is an agricultural training center where we take our trainees for training for a period of 3 months. That is one way. Another way, we use what we call as the day release. Under day release, we train our trainees in class for a period of, let's say, 2 days in a week. After that, we take them to an ATC like Mbale for practical, that is on Thursday and Fridays. Then another option that we use under dual training is what we call as now the front loading. Under front loading, we do train our trainees in a way that we finish the classroom instruction for a period, let's say, 6 months. After that, we take them to the field. That is an agricultural field. We at Sabatia, we've partnered with the Kobero Agricultural Farm. These are good poultry farming as well as pig farming, where our trainees get the relevant practical experience. Another way that TVETs use is what we call as now the curricula, which is modularized. In CBET, we've rolled out modularized curriculum. That is from May this year. It was a directive from the TVET. That is now the State Department of Technical and Vocational Education and Training, that all TVET institutions must adopt a curriculum which is learner-paced. We've already rolled out that. The trainees are allowed to enter, exit, re-enter at their own pace and interest. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Front loading is the word in this training. So quite practical. I think you've had the kind of modular training that they go through. I don't know how that can be modeled in the universities, but it's a very interesting one. The idea is developing skills. We'll come back to you later. I want to go back to Professor Aduda. We are talking about collaborations and deep with industry and communities here. How do we create more responsive and relevant curricula that respond to this need of ensuring that industry issues and community issues are totally embedded in our curricula? Because it's been a challenge, and sometimes we blame the industry. It's easier to go to communities, but the industry, we still have some hiccups there. How do we do it better? Thank you.
Thank you. You know, that is also one of the most difficult things to do, because how big is the industry? Or how willing are they to influence the curricula, and to what depth? Because we sometimes, let me use this word for lack of better word, incest. Because he has said that he is a graduate of what? Egerton. So when we are looking for industry stakeholders, we look for our alumni. Where are our critics? You know, those who would say, we want you to do this. Quite often we are told that we produce a half-baked what? Graduates. But when you tell these people who say we are producing a half-baked graduates to come, we sit down together, we craft the curriculum. It's a little bit not very easy. So it takes two to tango. And the universities are not the only partner that must go out to look for the partners to come and influence the curricula. The industry can come with specific problems to the university. When they come with specific problems to the university, the researchers will try to solve the problem. When they get solutions, the solutions will eventually find entry into the content being taught. Because there's no way I can solve a problem for industry and I give it to industry without imparting the same to the students who I teach. So I would appeal to industry, to other stakeholders, communities. Come with your problems to the university. When you come to us, you'll also challenge us, and I think this is one of the resolutions that was coming in one of the activities that TAGDev had organized, that we may need to have information desk within the university where outsiders, industry, or farmers can come and channel their issues, their problems, and then the right or the best qualified person will be given that problem to solve. That way, we begin to answer very relevant questions. Rather than me writing a proposal, sending it outside there to USAID, then they offer money which then they will again withdraw. But sometimes when I write a proposal, sometimes I solve their problems, not ours. So I would urge stakeholders within us here, let us partner. It is a partnership. There is none who is more knowledgeable than the other. When technology has changed, you will also help us say that technology has changed. This is where the industry is moving, so that the student whom we release is somebody who is able to fit. One thing I know universities get misunderstood, that we must train 100% fit for purpose. We train for various industries in a classroom like this. We'll train for him, we'll train for TVET, we'll train for other people. So we may never exactly train for fit for purpose. But we believe the knowledge that we give, the experience, the skill set, will enable that learner, when they're outside there, to adapt and fit into that industry sector. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. So it is a question of the problem statement. Should it come from me, or should it come from the person who complains that I'm training a half-baked graduate? And what is it do you want us to train for? I think that is a clear message to the industry. Now, let me go back to Madam Jamila. We have TVETs and we have universities. Is there a collaboration between the two? And if there be, what is Sabatia TVC doing about such collaborations, especially in agriculture education?
Thank you very much. Yes, indeed. I do affirm there is collaborations between universities and TVETs. especially in agriculture. As Sabatia, TVC, we've collaborated with the University of Eldoret under the TAGDev 2.0, where we as Sabatia, we are encouraging the young women and men within our environment to involve themselves in sustainable agriculture. For instance, we are encouraging them to plant fruit trees so that they can get their own fruits. Another way, we are also encouraging them to plant nursery beds for vegetables, also in dairy farming. That is what we are doing as Sabatia. We are focusing to train 2,570 women and men, and the majority of them will be the women, because we know women are the most vulnerable and they are the mothers of the family. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So there is collaboration. I think that needs to be encouraged in terms of, there's a model of education which we call mentorship education. You know, universities mentor TVETs. We also mentor younger universities to bring about enough capacity for development of our workers who we need out there. Now, I want to finish this discussion that we talked about alignments. It's all good when we talk about alignments, but now I want to throw in the spanners to talk about the misalignments. And I want to start with Dr. Muthomai here. What do you consider to be the biggest misalignments that are currently happening in agriculture education when we look at Kenya's development agenda in terms of the challenges we need to resolve? Where are we misaligned?
Thank you, Prof. I can think of several areas where we are misaligned. But maybe before I talk about that, let me briefly say that this half-baked that Prof talked about, at least I know for Egerton, we don't have that. I believe in Egerton graduates and the Kenya and the Kenya National Farmers Federation, where I'm the CEO, I have 112 employees, both in Nairobi and in the field. 58 of these are Egerton graduates. So that is 58 out of 112, and I can, of course, not because I am a graduate of Egerton, but the Egerton graduates actually outperform the rest. After I left Egerton, I went to the United States to a university called Bowling Green State University, where I did my master's. Then went to Ohio State, where I did my PhD. And I can also say that the Egertonians who are there excelled. And the universities, Ohio State, Bowling Green State, Western Michigan University, were actually particularly looking for Egerton graduates. So, Prof, you're doing a wonderful job. I also, I'm proud that KENAF has an MOU with Egerton University, so we can advise also where, the areas where our members, that is the farmers of this country, need a lot more support from the students that you train. Now, misalignments, I would say, there are a lot of gaps, but let me just address one. We do not have a strong university community extension service. This is something that I'm happy the VC is here. This is something that I would be proud to see Egerton champion. I'm also happy that Ruforum is here. A very strong linkage between the university and the community, the farmers. Because really the students that you're training, in all disciplines are going to serve these farmers. So why don't we see students also being attached with farmers and helping farmers think through very simple things like farm economics. what you put in and what you get out. So I think that is a big gap I see, Prof. If we align, if we really have the universities, the faculties of agriculture and education and extension and all that, really going out to farmers and looking at farmers and asking, what do you need and how can we help you? Instead of sending students for attachment to, processors and I don't know where, can they get attached to farmers? Help dairy farmers figure out how do you mix rations so that your cow produces the most. How do you take care of cows? How do you measure the quality of your soil? How do you assess the organic matter of your soil? How do you practice proper agroforestry, agroecology? All these concepts that we are talking about, if we could have universities really work with the community in a strong university community extension service, I think we can solve a lot of the issues that we have. Another one is the image, like I said, the perception that we do have about agriculture. This is something we need to debunk. And there is no better champion to do that debunking than Egerton University, for instance, because we are known as an agricultural training institution. So that young people stop thinking that agriculture is for those who did do well in school, for failures, for retirees. When someone has nothing else to do, they go into agriculture. So I think we can have a very deliberate program on debunking that myth so that we get a lot more young people into this sector, which has a lot to offer in terms of employment and wealth creation opportunities.
Thank you very much. I love the cooperative extension model. We talked about it yesterday. And the person who can ensure we have it, or the two people who can ensure we have it are here. We have the Department of AGED. Remember, we developed the Extension Plus model. It is sleeping somewhere. So AGED, if I look at Mary, just in front of you, there is the person who can take a one-page concept and run with it. So Mary, hiyo ni challenge kwako. It's interesting that you're talking of that model. I think we have divisions of research and extension. But that extension part has been a little bit academic. Yeah, we depend on projects. But the reason why we depend on projects, I think, is because there's no strong funding towards that. So if we can, where is the ECEC? The CEC has left. We need to start at home. Lillian, oh, you are there. We need to start at home. A cooperative extension model being piloted between Egerton and Nakuru County can easily be upscaled if it works. And that is how people elsewhere in other jurisdictions have done it. I think Daniel is referring to that. Now, I want to look at another misalignment, this time from Madam Jamila. Are there any complaints that the consumers of your graduates complain about in terms of misaligned skills?
Yes, there are. Before the implementation of dual training program, we got so many complaints from the industry who are complaining that our graduates could not perform in the labor market. Especially in agriculture, you find that most of our graduates were knowledgeable in certain skills. A good example is you find that a person has already trained in agriculture, but he or she cannot even milk a cow. So the story has changed in our TVET right now. Before certification of any agricultural course, a trainee is supposed to demonstrate and apply that knowledge, he or she, that he is able to compete in the outside world. Thank you.
Okay. So examination by demonstrating a skill, eh? That's an interesting one. I only see it in animal science here. How many of you did livestock duties? Those who went to Egypt. Okay, I can see why. Now, finally, Professor Duda, I want you to tell us what you see or what people complain to be the biggest challenges in adapting academic programs to the rapidly changing needs of the agricultural sector. Are we aligned? I want you to talk about the misalignments.
You know, that's a very difficult question to answer without being philosophical. Yes, there could be misalignments. Technology changes very fast. And we need to also continually adapt. If you walk through some of the departments, you will see that our equipment or apparatus are not the most modern or up to date. So we may still be using manual apparatus when the industry, they are now digital apparatus, so that when you, a student may live here knowledgeable on concepts, knowledgeable even in using the instrument, but it is an old model. So that when they are now outside there, when they see a modern one, there may be a culture shock. So that could be one of the misalignments that we have, because the curricula may be up to date, but the instruments that we use, we may be short of resources, because continually we need to upgrade our equipment, our apparatus. If we don't do that to match the developments, miniaturization is happening. If we don't do that here within the university, then we lag behind. To me, that is what will bring the misalignments, particularly the practical-based subjects, because the university, we are training, and we are supposed to have some people who, when they go there, they fit easily, so that there is no misalignment. The misalignment could just be a lag, but if our equipment are not modern, they are several years old, then that will result in misalignment.
Thank you very much. I think Aduda is throwing it back to us. Huh? Budget, budget, budget. We would want to have the most modern equipment, but we need to look at ways of financing it. But there are alternatives. That's why collaboration with industry is important. So we still ask our industrial partners to open up so that our students can be exposed as they train. I want to open it up to the audience, and maybe I'll have 2 questions from this side and 2 questions from that side. And when you ask a question, please say your name and then direct your question to the panelists in front here. Anyone here? Professor? I can walk around.
I just want to respond to something you said.
in terms of funding for research, what is the position of this government? There are certain commitments. If you read the beta plan, I don't know if you have access to it, it's online, you can get it. The beta plan on the education, under the education section, there are Kenya Kwanza commitments, and under the commitments, there's certain activities which they said they will do. And the last bullet is increase funding towards research and development from the current 0.8% to 2% of GDP in accordance with the Science and Technology Innovation Act of 2013 as per the bottom-up economic agenda. Additionally, incentivize the private sector to contribute towards research. So it's a commitment which is already there. And the fact that the science, research, science and innovation is now a department by itself is in realization of this commitment. And I do believe our former colleague, Abdul Razak, will be able to follow it up and actualize this. On the side of university funding generally, I think the reforms that were being undertaken right from the Munavu-led team, although it was heavily focused on the basic education, quite a substantial bit of the work they did was on university funding. I think the government may not have sold itself, its vision properly to the Kenyans, but it's a good plan because it takes away the blanket funding of 16,000 per program per semester, and first of all, cost each of the programs so that we have differentiated costs based on the cost that one is doing. Secondly, give scholarship on need basis rather than a blanket. And this is why the means testing was introduced to give students who need scholarship much more than the other. If you are studying in, let's say, Light Academy or Kabarak or Greenstead, why would you be given a scholarship by government? These are some of the questions we were asking ourselves. But it was a noble idea. It was going to take universities, it was going to uplift universities out of debt. And I still believe it is still the best model, and we hope that it will finally get fully implemented, and that will be the way to go, so that universities get appropriate funding for the programs they offer. Thank you.
Thank you. Did I see a hand here?
Thank you so much. And although I came late, but I felt I needed to comment on something. I happen to have been lucky to have sat in this morning at the parliamentary session, and then I'm seated here, and the issues we were discussing there with the parliamentarians on research funding and government alignment, and I learned quite a bit. And I started asking myself, I remember Professor says we had guidelines, but it got lost on extension. And I think maybe we are not doing things the right way. Why? Especially on industry, university industry linkages. What we actually came to realize, we had industrialists in the session. Sometimes we tend to assume what we think they want. And we were given a very good example, where there was an exhibition of all these innovators. Industries were brought in, and they were told, please, can you pick what you want to take home? And nobody talked. And everybody was like, these are very good innovations for uptakes. They were like, why? They said, there's nothing for us to uptake. And that was a question. So what I got to hear was like, what these people would want. They actually said, I wrote this because I questioned myself a lot. They said, come to us. We tell you our needs. What we need from you. And that could be the reason why universities are struggling with, for these industry linkages. The other one which came up very clearly from the parliamentarians, and I'm thinking we are saying, oh, at Department of Agricultural Extension, we need to pick this document. Do you know what they told us? parliamentarians are very busy people. That's what they say. They were very frank. This was a very frank. They are very busy people. And therefore, if you think you are giving them a policy brief with points and you expect them to read, I will tell you, you are not going anywhere. So what did they say? Advocacy. I mean, you have to really, what do we call it when you go to see the parliamentarians and you try to tell them what to do? Lobbying. Yes, sorry, I'm too tired. I'd forgotten that. They said, lobbying, 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 and nothing else works in parliament. We are legislators. So that's why I was saying, I was asking myself, are we doing things the right way? So maybe as universities, we may now start thinking, because these are the policymakers, and that's why things get lost, because there is no lobbying. So this is what they have told us. And it was a very candid discussion. So I felt maybe that's why we are not linking with the industries. We may start now thinking as our university, probably we bring these industries to us. We ask them, what do you want from us in agriculture? What do you want from us? And I like that because recently there is a new MD at Joro Canning, and he called me and he told me, Prof, I'm wondering why Joro Canning is not working with Egerton next door, and yet we have so many opportunities. So we are trying to work with them. Actually, I think he's supposed to be one of the panelists in this session, one for industrialists, and see how we can work very closely. They have got good ideas, and they are telling you what their needs are. So I felt I need to comment on that.
Yeah, I just wanted to make 3 comments. Let me start with the one of half-baked. I think Aduda gave a very nice illustration. We don't teach for a specific what? For a specific purpose. We give knowledge that now allows flexibility. That's why in most cases we teach, we graduate, people go for internship. And then that's now they are picking the area they are very interested in, and that's why we give them power to read and, yes, to do all that appertains. We are not training TVETs. We are not TVETs. We are universities. That's one. Professor Gulia, the new funding model, when we were meeting the president, we told him it is good if it is resourced. Now you know it's not resourced. So now you want to conclude whether it is good or it is not good, because it's not resourced. But if it is resourced, it's actually good, and we could project and see we were going to get out of the doldrums. And he had very good ideas, but somewhere the money is not what. Then the other one, obviously, is the MPs. You know our MPs are extortionists. Lobbying for the MPs is, you must go there with what? Brown envelopes. That's the lobbying that they are talking about. Do you see public universities lobbying? We cannot lobby, and that's why we are having skewed policy, skewed laws in our country. Because those who are genuine, they are arguing on facts, nobody is listening to them. And they are asking, okay, that's a very good idea, but what do you have for us? And that's a fact. You know, I actually agreed with what the president was saying. I didn't want to contradict the MPs in the morning when they were saying the president did what? Was lying. The president said the truth. And I can give you examples on myself. So this, until really we move out of mandatory lobbying and go to facts lobbying. And I think that's what they were saying. They don't have time to do what? To read. But they have even researchers. So they were here with the researchers. So what are those researchers doing if then you must lobby with the money? That means they are not interested in facts. Really. Until we reach that point where we are making decisions based on facts, on data, then our country is really not going anywhere. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. I think I wanted to stop Kitaka when she said lobbying, because we understand what it means. And it's a problem. But I said, and I think for industry, it is a problem statement. Where should it emanate from? As we train globally, the problem should come from there to the university for a solution. I think our industry realm has not geared itself in that manner to date. Yes.
The industry in the US, in the Europe, the industries go to universities with a problem to be solved. Here they want us to go to the industry to ask them, do you have a problem? And they are likely to say, no, we don't have any problem. So we need to have a flip of mind, such that we tell them, come, when you have a problem, we sit and think together. It's the same with the government. When it is, why don't we behave like Tanzania? The government has tenders, as what? The first port of call as a government policy is universities. If the universities can't do it, then it is thrown out there for people to compete. Ours is that it goes out there, they get us consultants who then come to ask us, how is this one done? And then they write a report and we pay them billions, our money, instead of circulating it amongst ourselves within the country. It's very unfortunate.
Yeah, I think the issue is close engagement. That is really the issue between the industry and us. Because as you are saying, when you talk to them, the MDs are telling you, I'm very busy, even to talk on phone. But they have issues. I'll give an example, like what Joro Canning said. Joro Canning told me, why are we getting farmers to bring for us? While Egerton is here, and we can actually go and plant, organize with Egerton, we plant our commodities, and then we do that. You see, this is what they are thinking. So to do that, you have to sit on a table and discuss. I think that's what I'm saying. The approach is we have to sit on a table. I always say everybody has to make one step back to allow the other one to come to the front. And I think if we go that, we may hit what we have been lacking. The question is, it's a unique scenario. Other industries, that's what happened. But in our country, we seem to be doing, we are unique, as they say.
We are doing the opposite, and I think Professor is saying it right. This should be the hub of knowledge, the hub of solutions. Government should start from the universities before we think of consultants outside. We've seen farms actually close because they feel Egerton cannot help them. And I can give examples of those in tissue culture systems. There is a farm here that invested almost 28 million and closed down. And we told them, you will close. Because they are doing tissue culture, but their consultants are engineers from Israel. So you get an agriculture engineer advising a farm here on doing cell and tissue culture. I was waiting to see the miracle, but it never happened. So, Professor Kibe, can we start with the lady?
Sorry, Prof. Yeah, okay. Yeah. I would like to change the discussion a little bit so that we can engage the panelists. When I came, I don't know whether we have a representative from Q here, because I really had a question that has been bothering me that I wanted to ask, but maybe Prof can help. We had a curriculum kind of review and at some universities in Uganda, and we had regulators and in Uganda it is National Commission of Higher Education, which is the queue of here. And we were talking about the issue of competence-based education, and I liked the presentation that was made by Dr. Waiganjo. And the key issue in the room was the issue of assessment. Assessment. You know, students are very highly motivated by examinations. So, at least when I was a student, we were really highly motivated by examinations. Like, the exam is 70%, I'll work really hard, you know, to be able to get that 70% if it is in theory. The practical is 30%, maybe not much effort that I'm going to put in. So we asked this question about issue of assessment in relation to CBE. How do we, you know, approach this issue such that there is more interest in the student towards the practical skills in terms of assessment? Because we were asking, is it who says how much percent should go to the practical skill and how much should go to the knowledge-based education? And they were telling us that, you know, that is the prerogative of the university. We cannot be able to you know, change that. We go with what they are. But to me, I think their guidance can come in terms of, you know, advancing this CBE education, in terms of interesting the students to be more motivated towards practical skills in terms of the delivery of the curriculum-based education. So I just wanted to pick their thoughts in terms of this assessment thing and how it really relates to the delivery of the CBE program. Thank you.
Maybe Mary, because she's in this thing, you should have a go first at the issue of assessment and the motivation towards the practical.
I'm going to allow her on one condition. You know, you are my boss, you can sack me, but we need to listen to the youth in the Roma.
No, we will, but later.
Yes.
So that's an expert treatise that we want to hear from.
Okay, I talked about authentic assessment, and in a small way, in my classes, like I've tried. And in my classes, and I think the congressman, he has left. I usually, when we open, I tell them every activity we do in class counts towards your grade. And sometimes I'll get to class, I lecture a little bit, and then I tell them, can you sit in your groups, small groups of 6? I give them like a case study, and I tell them 30 minutes in your group, discuss, and then you hand over after the 30 minutes. And that way, they're able to kind of give them a real world scenario. They work on it, given the theory that you have done. And I record, and that will count towards that. So that now, instead of the sitting cut all the time, you can have a sitting cut and those activities. So I have tried it. And the students, like what she's saying, they get motivated. And actually, through that, I've also been able to improve the attendance in my classes because they know once you miss, you miss. So somehow, and I don't tell them today or tomorrow we are going to have it. So when you have those activities, and I'm saying this because sometimes we think of the authentic assessment in terms of practicals in the lab, in the field, but you can also have them in the classroom. So that's a way we can start slowly getting into that.
I think she's more interested in the weighting of those activities. As we are still doing 70-30 and people will score their 15 and wait for the 70 at the end.
The recommendation is that we flip. So that the formative assessment, that is how we assess or what we assess the students in throughout the semester becomes 70%. Then at the end of the semester, we only have 30%. And that way we'll have students coming to class because they know the bulk is 70. But now they miss because they know 70 is at the end. I can miss photocopy the notes, then I come at the end. If I get 50 out of 70, fine, I've passed. Okay. So I think the flipping is the issue.
It's a balance.
In the health sciences, when I was a student, when I was the boss there, it's something very interesting. The practicals and other assessments carry 40%. But if you fail the practicals, it doesn't matter whether you score 100% of the theory, you repeat the year. Well, that's why you trust doctors. Yes.
Professor Mulo, kindly.
Any youth, I'm told. Okay. So, I want to ask our panelists to give their closing thoughts around what actionable recommendations they would give to ensure that we have a properly transformed agricultural education system in the country. I'll start with Professor Duda.
One, the lecturer or the teacher must also have a change in mindset. Two, for management, we strive to upgrade our experiential learning, whether it is equipment, or whether it is going out there being attached to the farmers. But we need to allocate reasonable resources to achieving this transformative agricultural education. If we do not, there's the tendency to go back to the easier option, lecturing. And my personal view, in Kenya, we have tinkered with the education system too many a time. We start well, we know what we want, but we don't allocate appropriate resources. So then we go what we know best, exam-oriented assessment. But if we relocate, or if we allocate a reasonable amount of resources, you will achieve something. Because for me, I went to a technical school. So I did carpentry, I did metalwork, I did technical drawing, I did masonry, I did a bit of plumbing, but I didn't do biology and religious studies and so forth. Then all those technical schools now are national what? Polytechnics, yes. Or some of them are technical universities. I went for my A-levels at Mombasa Polytechnic, now Technical University of Mombasa. But then they become more theory what? Oriented, because we have not matched resources with the aim. So for me, we strive to allocate reasonable resources. Professor Gulia, when I heard you talk, I realized that you are slightly out of touch with the reality on the ground. Where you sit, help us get resources here. Huh? Thank you, Chair.
Okay, I think mine is two things. This university industry partnership, or working with the community, working with the target, the beneficiaries of the students that you train, the research that you conduct, is not easy, but I think we have to find a way of doing it. We must find a way of doing that, because it is either we do that or we perish. I don't want to paint it in such stark terms, but it's something we really have to find a way of doing. So let's think about it. I know, of course, universities have thinkers and people who can figure out things. Let's figure out how we do that, because that's the only way to strengthen what we do. The other thing, I also know it is hard. Doing all these things requires resources. And a lot of times, some of the people Prof met and Dr. there was talking about, they have the power of the purse. They have to be lobbied. And I know, of course, what lobby means in this country, but we don't have to look at it that way. We can look for people who believe in what we do. We can establish maybe an office, or offices or something which brings people who have worked in government, who have experience working with the UN system or whatever. And these become our lobbyists because they know who to talk with, they know when to talk, they know how these things work. Then these people become our champions, in the areas where budgets are considered and made, because we need resources to do that. To do the things we do as a university. So let's look for those friends, let's look for those people, let's find a way of working with them. And I'm sure if we do that, it will change in many ways how we are looking at this. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam.
Thank you very much. Moving forward, as stakeholders in the higher education ecosystem, we need to work in a unified and a holistic approach in a way that the graduates that come out of the training institution should be ones who are competent, innovative, and responsive in addressing the real world situations. As we see the Kenya Vision 2030, I know most of us, we know it. Who can tell me? I'm a trainer by profession. Kenya Vision 2030. Yes, Daktari. Kenya Vision 2030. Any Gen Z mwenye anaweza akatuambia, we as Kenya, where are we heading by 2030? We find that the Kenya Vision 2030 outlines that ambitious roadmap through which we can transform our country into a newly industrializing and middle-income economy to provide high quality of life to all citizens. So we as TVET subsector, we find that our vision is well aligned to that Vision 2030. We do strive for a high quality technical and vocational education and training through transformative training such as the dual training. So I like to urge all the universities here, the stakeholders here, let us embrace dual training, let us embrace the modularized curriculum. Also, we do embrace what we call as recognition of prior learning. In Kenya, we have so many stakeholders. We have workers outside here who have what we call as the informal and non-formal competencies. As stakeholders, what can we do? We need to identify those competencies. We validate them. After validating, we assess them. Then we certify them accordingly, depending on our KNQA. We have the Kenya National Qualification, which outlines that if we have a person who is well skilled and competent enough in agriculture, for instance, we can take those people, then we certify them either as universities or the national polytechnics. So kindly, I call upon, let us work together so that we have a unified education system that can transform our great nation, Kenya. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think give a clap to our able panel. Thank you very much. I think this is an endless debate, and we will continue engaging until solutions are found. But I think a roadmap has been laid from these two able gentlemen and the lady. Thank you very much. I'll give this back to the MC.
Thank you so much. Let's give the DVC a real applaud, and those of us who have been our panelists. So let's give them 1, 2, 3. Though time has moved, a real eye-opening to us as we are sitting here. I keep on moving to Dr. Waiganjo, and I'm telling her we are lucky to get the information we are receiving here today. This is real stakeholder feedback. And Professor DVC, I heard you ask, what is this modularization that she's talking about? Actually, for a faculty of education, this is now what we are trying to come up with, so that you look at how you do your courses as per thematic areas, and that way will not lack also staff. But as we said, change of attitude. Are we willing to change and move to that modular? That is an issue. I think something else that I would want to say that I'm so happy about is what he has actually summed up with. When he tells us whether we have resources or not, the industry-university partnership is very important. It's something I've been grappling with in the Faculty of Education, because I realize that for our faculty, we only wait for May, August for us to go to the schools. But then, when have we brought our principals from the schools? When have we brought our counselors? We sit the way we are seeing stakeholders giving us feedback here. So to me, it's already a big challenge and part of the roadmap that we are thinking about for the Faculty of Education. So real eye-opening, real up-to-date feedback that we really need to change what we are doing. So quickly, let's bring in our next moderator, Salimo Wakilimo. At times, time is not the issue, it is what we are getting from the day. Thank you.
All right, good evening. How are you? Well, it's a bit unfortunate that when it comes to the youth, we are given the last chance, yet we are having a conversation about the youth. I hope this is going to change from today, because we cannot be talking about the youth, the students that are in class, they are not even here, and we are given the last chance. It's a bit unfair, right? Do we agree it's unfair? Thank you. So we are going to not take a lot of time. I am an agricultural journalist, so I'll make sure that everybody who speaks, we give them not a lot of time, but at the same time, we hope everybody gives their full information. We have empty seats. You who is seated there, please don't leave until we are done, so that we don't have more empty seats. Thank you. Thank you so much. All right. Yes, Aya. So I'm going to call in the panelists. For those who have left, apologies. We already took so much time, so apologies on their behalf. But allow me to call in TAGDev Incubator Lead, Mr. Fahad Juma. Karibu sana. Please clap for him. KEPSA Representative. Karibu sana, Mr. Fahad. Then we have KEPSA representative, Mr. Jackson Mwaneki. Karibu sana. Please clap for them as they come to stage. We have SNDBX International. We have either Joram, are you present? Oh, Sarah, all right. Karibu sana. And finally, Successful Youth Lead, Winnie Wambogo. Karibu sana. Winnie, karibu sana. Yes, wapigeni makofi wakifika hapa. So we are going to have a discussion on driving the future through innovation. And we are going to understand, we are all talking about collaboration, we are all talking about making agriculture attractive to the youth, we are all talking about all this conversation through and through, what exactly are we looking at? And our panelists here are going to help us understand a few things about the youth. Everybody here who have come here have tried to understand how can we have more young people join the agricultural sector. So we are here to understand some of the things that are being done so that we can have that on board. And we're going to start with a question to you, Mr. Fahad. How is Kenya supporting youth-led agri-tech startups to move from ideas to a scalable business? Bearing in mind that when it comes to funding, young people don't get funding. So how are you able to make sure that we are able to have the startups scale up to becoming a business?
Yes, thank you very much. Kenya, the Kenya National Innovation Agency is doing quite a lot to try to see young people led agricultural technological companies actually move to the market. And I will give this answer in the context of Egerton University. So the Kenya has been working with Egerton University, and through their efforts, they've been able to develop the innovation and yes. Oh, sorry. So Kenya, like I was saying, is doing quite a lot to try to see the youth-led agri-tech companies move from just ideas to actual businesses, to actual products, to actual services which are being offered in the market. And I'll give an example of what they are doing within the context of Egerton University, because Kenya closely worked with Egerton University, a team of researchers from Egerton University, to develop the innovation and entrepreneurship master plan. And this master plan has been able to get the university on how it's going to actually valorize its innovations, to commercialize its research into products into the market. And this master plan has been very instrumental in coming up with an innovation and entrepreneurship policy for the university, which has now laid down the framework of how all stakeholders of the university, that is the lecturers, the management, and the students themselves, are going to play their specific roles to be able to utilize the resources in the university to transform the ideas into actual research and commercialize products.
Amazing. Thank you so much. Sarah, I think, pick up from that, we've been able to see, for them, it's business picking up to become a business from an agri-tech. How is entrepreneurship? What lessons are you learning when it comes to entrepreneurship that you're able to equip young people to not only do things just to do them, but to do them professionally as entrepreneurs?
Thank you so much. My name is Sarah Ndongo. I'm a representative from Sandbox, not SNDBX. I serve with Sandbox Ubuntu, part of Sandbox International, where we help entrepreneurs thrive in what they do. And before I proceed, I'm a product of Dr. Mary Waiganjo. 12 years ago, she taught me back in high school. And seeing myself here, thank you so much. I appreciate you. Yeah. So what are the lessons that as youths can actually apply when they're doing this? Number one, we need to shift the mindset from survival to growth mindset. I think most of the youths are in survival mode. Let me see how it becomes. But we need to shift to this mindset of growth. What are the baby steps? What is expected of me? Who am I? What is required of me? I think as youths, we just want magic. Let it happen. Bring the funding. But have we gone to the basics of understanding what is expected of us? Secondly, we need financial literacy. Research, research, research. Young people, we are in this tech thing. Let's thrive. But have you researched? Do you understand what is happening? Do you know what is happening, not just in the system, in the ecosystem of Africa, globally? We really need to research and research a lot. Another thing, business planning and strategy. Please operate in structures. I believe that is one key thing. Yes, we are told be consistent, do what you're expected to do, but you need to operate in structures. Understand the modules that when you're listening, I was listening to all this. All this is out of structures and understanding what they are saying. So even as young entrepreneurs, structures is very, very important. Another thing, adaptability. We just want to move with what is happening. Are we adaptable when things are okay and when things are not okay? So I think the key lessons here, number one, I will insist, shift from survival mindset to growth mindset. There's no shortcut. I believe we always look for quick ways to make money. At times I tell people I don't like reading books that says how to be rich. There's no science. You need to come from survival to a growing mindset.
Wow, thank you so much. Now, moving from survival, we have collaborations in so many ways. And as a private sector, Mr. Jackson, help us understand how can the private sector partner with student incubators and young people to create job pipelines when it comes to the agricultural sector?
Thank you. I'm representing Kenya Private Sector Alliance. And I'm one person who is fortunate enough to have been supported earlier as an entrepreneur in agribusiness when we were doing processing of pumpkins and carrots back in Nyandarua. And we were fortunate enough to be recognized at Nairobi Innovation Week 2018 in the manufacturing sector. So I understand better because I have done it myself. In private sector, supporting the youth and young entrepreneurs, one is in coaching and mentorship. That is the first step. Let the private sector have programs, and I'm happy to, to recognize that back 10 years ago this didn't happen, but currently we have programs supported even by MasterCard Foundation and banks, and also KEPSA, part of it. We also support youth programs where coaching and mentorship of young people in terms of how to run businesses, how to refine their business models, how to access finance. That should be the first step. Then private sector should also support in funding those youth incubation programs, such that after those students and youth have been mentored and coached, whatever they come up with, their ideas, they are able to be seed funded, at least to take off and do it in a practical way, not theoretical way. So I think those are the two major initiatives private sector could support students and youth in agribusiness entrepreneurship.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jackson. When it comes to funding and all those discussions around funding, well, we have successful youth-led group that have succeeded. Winnie, you can help us understand, one, how did you succeed? What were the things you did that you succeeded in your journey? And number two, what fundings were available for you?
Hi everyone, my name is Winnie Wambugu. I am the founder of Nakuru Tubers. And Nakuru Tubers is a youth-led company that is based here in Njoro that ensures that every farmer, regardless of age, gender, and abilities, they have access to certified seeds and knowledge on how to fight climate change, that is to become climate resilient and also to be able to increase their production. And when it comes to how we were able to survive, was that the question?
Yeah, how are you able to start off and what fundings were available for you?
So I'll start by saying even before starting off, I was supported by the MasterCard Foundation for my master's studies. And during this time, we were able to get a lot of entrepreneurial trainings and capacity building. And it was through this we were able to change our mindsets from not only thinking about research, but also thinking of becoming entrepreneurs and learning how to translate research into entrepreneurship or into ventures. And once we were able to, after my master's studies, we were able to come up with a concept note on how we can be able to translate our research findings into a company. and we actually submitted it to the World Food Program, and we were lucky enough to be the 15 organizations in East Africa to get funding for it, and that is how we were able to start. So we started with the World Food Program that they were able to take us through turning ideas into ventures. That is in a global perspective, and it was from there that doors were able to open. From there, we've gotten opportunities to work with. Currently, we are still working with the MasterCard Foundation through Forum. We also have Kenya. We're working with Kenya, E4 Impact, and I think we are having about more than 50 accelerator programs that we're currently working with. But our main funders has been the MasterCard Foundation, that has assisted us to be able to scale beyond what we would have imagined by now. Yeah.
Thank you so much. She has mentioned that we've worked with Kenya. You can help us understand, or anybody here who want to start off, what are some of the funding that are available from your capacity or any other that you can lead?
Yes, now Kenya has, I'll give an example of 3 models that it has, maybe that aspect of funding directly or indirectly, that cascades down to assist young innovators from the universities to really actualize their business ideas. The first model is what I've told you, that aspect of trying to institutionalize entrepreneurship into our higher education institutions. And this, like I said, it's come down through supporting the universities to come up with strategies and policies for entrenching entrepreneurship into their activities, into their processes, into their curriculum, such as the Master Plan for Egerton University. The second model that is used is through they have an innovation fund where Kenya awards some of the most innovative and most market-ready innovations from students. And this is normally an open call that is distributed nationwide. And Kenya goes an additional space that just actually they come down to you, to where you're based in your enterprise, they visit you, they offer you some business development services where you are, and they actually fund you to continue implementing or commercializing your idea. Then the third model that they use is towards creating networks and collaborations. You all heard of the Kenya Innovation Week, organized by Kenya, and this is a platform where the young innovators can actually interact with each other, interact with future potential investors, interact with potential mentors and incubators, and be able to actually acquire additional support to increase the performance of their enterprises.
Wow, thank you so much. Now, with all those things, many times it's policy that makes us not get to where we need to be. Sarah, please don't be disturbed by what we have had of lobbying the parliament, but help us understand what are some of the policies that we have to put in place, or what are some of the policies that you think need to be in place for us to have more young people join the agricultural sector?
I think when it comes to entrepreneurship, let's call them advisory models that will work in this context. Yes, we understand there are very many models, but there's one. I currently run a program sponsored by MasterCard in Nakuru County. It's called Sanara. And when I joined this program, I was just thrown into the deep end. And one of the key things that I've learned, and I got an opportunity also to partner with TAGDev, is to do reverse mentorship. I know this is not the common thing, but it reaches a point that me as the project lead, I have to go to the grassroots of the people and understand what they really need so that they can thrive in this. I know there's this embedded type of advisory that it's tailor-made, you need to understand, but I think for this particular thing to work in agri-innovation, we really need to do the reverse mentorship. Let us go to the people. I remember the VC was saying we are doing things the opposite. And I think the climax for me now, we really need to do things the right way, and it starts with us. Okay. So the right policy, let's go to the grassroots. Let's understand what is happening down there, what is really there, and we'll thrive definitely.
All right, so we need to start by us. Jackson, help us understand. We will end up becoming entrepreneurs. I have my own agri-tech company. I have my own agricultural company, and we want to join the KEPSA. How does one join KEPSA, and what are the benefits of joining KEPSA?
Thank you. So KEPSA is an umbrella body for business members organization, trade associations, corporations and SMEs. So once you start your own business, you fall under the category of SMEs, whereby you have privileges in terms of joining what you call public-private dialogue platforms, where policies are made, lobbying is made, as we have heard about lobbying. So those are the opportunities you get once you join KEPSA. You are on that platform where lobbying is done. You represent yourself, not really, when we are lobbying, you intend your member of parliament or MCA to represent you. But when you are on KEPSA platform, you're able to lobby for yourself and also give your views on what policies would really improve on what you are doing, the business environment, the political environment. So those are the few, just to mention, benefits of joining KEPSA. So you can check out the website and also on social media, so that at least you could get more information on how to join KEPSA and how to grow the ranks from SME to corporate and what benefits you get. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Sarah, help us understand how are we able to have, which areas of the agri-tech is still, it has the highest growth, but still young people have not been able to enter in there.
I think I'll pose this question to the rest of us. How big is the industry? I think we don't really have a proper understanding of how this industry is big. And when I look at it in this aspect, there's a lot of gaps when it comes to agriculture. And once we identify when it comes to agribusiness, agri-innovation, there's a lot. Personally, each and every day, I have to learn and get to understand what is really happening right now. So basically what I can say is that the challenge that we actually have is that we have a limited sector-specific expertise. One approach fits everything. So it becomes very difficult to tell you now that you can actually go into this direction, especially in the entrepreneurial aspect. We really need to do a lot of research. And you can identify that in the agricultural aspect, in the entrepreneurial bit of it, there's lack of agricultural startups. What does that mean? A few years ago, there was this startup that was called Kune Food. It was given an investment of $1 billion USD. It came to Kenya, it didn't last a year. Policies, something was totally wrong. So I think it's up to us, especially as Nakuru County, we start from the basics and understand where can we thrive and where can we scale. Okay. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Winnie, how can we, from your journey in Nakuru Tubers or with Nakuru Tubers, how have you been able to make agriculture cool and attractive for the young people?
All right. One of the ways in which we are trying to ensure that our young people get attracted to farming is we use social media a lot. You'll see us making noise on X, on whatever. And we also have young people. We call them digital connectors. I think we have one here. Teresa, say hi. So what we've done is, we've been able to map out young people from across different regions in Nakuru County, and we build capacity on them on how to use digital technologies. And their main aim is to ensure they're able to reach farmers in their villages through technology. So through that, we've been able to reach more than 10,000 farmers. And we are having even these farmers being onboarded into digital platforms. And so we are not only make agriculture cool for young people, we're also making agriculture cool for farmers as well.
Wow, that's amazing. Yeah, making agriculture cool for farmers, because by the end of the day, the farmers have a way of, no, I just have a land, I will farm. If they didn't have that land, or some of them are saying, I went to school, I studied engineering, my father has a land, I have not gotten a job yet, let me farm before. And then they are 60 years and they are still farming before they get their job. So I hope they become attracted to their agriculture they are doing, to a point of being proud enough to say they are doing the farming. Juma, when it comes to Kenya and everything you're doing around it, especially because you're working directly with a student in the Egerton University, how are you making agriculture attractive to the young people, especially the students? Because student can come here, anaweza kuja hapa juu aliitwa. How do you make sure they now accept and be proud of it and make something out of it?
The way you make agriculture look cool, because when we hear about agriculture, we often think about going to the farm and actually plowing the land. And the way we make agriculture look cool is that, just like Winnie has said here, Kenya has funded a broad base of different types of startups in different industries. And the way Kenya is coming in to play this particular role is by also showing the youth of the different innovation avenues that exist within our agri-food systems. Now, not that I'm using the word agri-food system, not just agriculture, because when you talk about agriculture, we tend to just think about the farm alone, but we talk about agri-food systems, at least we open our minds to the whole process that entails right from the input, production, delivering to the farmers, all the way to when that food gets to the consumer, and even how the waste from that consumer is handled, and even how the feedback from the consumers goes back to the producer, who is the farmer. So the way Kenya makes agriculture attractive to youth is by coming in to actually support and give a platform to the young innovators in the agri-food system, such as Winnie, to show young people of the various possibilities, the various modes of entry that are available within the agri-food system. They can come in as extension service providers. They can come in as people in biotechnology. They can come in as value addition experts. They can come in as people who offer financial services. They can come in through leveraging technologies such as mobile-based extension services, and all these technologies are supported. And even if you go to our TAGDev exhibition stand, I'm sure some of you have seen a certain incubator that is a technology manufactured, and it was also supported and awarded by Kenya. So through this particular innovation, through giving these platforms and let's say giving an audience to the young people of what other possibility exists within the agricultural sector, we are trying to show young people that it goes beyond the farming. You can utilize your skills in engineering, your skills in education, to actually carve a piece for yourself within the bigger agri-food system.
All right, thank you, Juma. In case you're here and you have a question, we will have 2 minutes to just answer that. But in the meantime, just all across, I want to ask one same question. If you could change one thing, because right now we are talking about so many things that we need to change, but if you could change one thing tomorrow to empower more youths to join the agricultural sector, what would that be?
What I would change is policy education and the leniency of policies, specifically towards commercialization of innovations and enterprises. As you know, and I think this has come out very clearly even with other speakers, that we have some policies which are not very lenient to young innovators and startups. Now, policies are not bad, because at the end of the day, as universities, as innovators, we want to have that brand that our policies meet industry standards and our policies are of the high standards and can compete globally. However, you can find that some of the policies are not really lenient towards startups, and if you come to agricultural sector, maybe say value addition, you want to envision that you envision that a young person has actually commercialized when they have a cottage factory somewhere. But even just getting the right connection of electricity to that particular factory is very costly. It takes a lot of process, it takes a lot of licenses, and sometimes they are not aware of what they actually need, so they end up even down the line closing down the factories because they're not educated enough of the policies that exist, or they know what they have to do but they don't have the actual funds to implement that process. So if there's one thing I would change tomorrow about innovation and young people in agriculture, is policy education and the leniencies of policies towards young people innovation.
Wow.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Sarah? No, sorry. Winnie, yeah, we can start with you. Sorry about that.
Okay, I think mine is going to be a bit different. I think that if I will change one thing, will be to have a policy that will ensure that professors get incentivized for every young person that comes out of the university with a venture. And this will really push our professors to be able to push more students into thinking outside the box. And I think, Dr. Abigail, as you go back, Professor Nancy deserves a holiday for the good work she has been doing here at Egerton University. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much, Sarah.
If I was to change one thing, I will change the disconnect between the national agricultural policies and the extension services. I would really love to change that. Funds are there, but the fact that we don't have a proper structure and the right connection, and this applies to young people, all of us. I know at times we dread the struggle of having the right connection, but I wish I can change that disconnect so that we can come together and we are able to take this to another level, because it's a big challenge. Another thing I will change is the incubation, the support after incubation. Let it be extended. After incubation, what next? Can we have impact, like meaningful impacts in what you are doing? So for me, it's the disconnect. Once we have it right, in terms of relationships, how we are going to approach this, everything else will flow. Yeah.
Right. Thank you so much. Jackson?
I think mine would be try to change the mindset of the young people in terms of agriculture and agribusiness. And this, let me quote what Professor TAGDev wrote in an article not long ago, that there is a quiet revolution in the food industry. It's driven by increasing demand for healthy, convenient, functional, and transparent food. And the food opportunity is 10 times bigger than the global software market. So you might think tech is bigger than agriculture and agribusiness, but in the words of Professor TAGDev, food opportunity is 10 times bigger than the global software market. Yeah.
Wow. Thank you so much for that. We really appreciate. Anybody with a question? All right.
Thank you very much. First of all, I want to appreciate these youthful people and what they are doing. Congratulations.
Makofi.
For venturing into waters that people have not gone to. I wanted just to ask you a few things, not really that you have to answer it, but weigh your name. The first statement, I think the third or the second from my right, you said most likely it looks like youths are venturing into entrepreneurship as a survival mode. I pick it from there. Survival mode. Now, you have become entrepreneurs. As you grow, suppose you grow in education, like these professors who are sitting here. Do you really see yourself still doing the same business you are doing? Or most likely as you rise, you will just go and say, okay, now I have a better opportunity. Wacha hii ikae kando. I'm just thinking about sustaining your enterprises as you grow up. I'm not sure how many of these professors are doing what you are doing. Probably when you reach there, you will no longer be doing your enterprises, and we really want them to be there. The second one and last one, I felt a gap. Not that we don't have youth entrepreneurs, but probably, I don't know whether KEPSA can answer this, or I don't know whether there's a government person here, but a network of young entrepreneurs, something or a body that can make you network to be able to access even better financial services. I'm looking at it in relation to what we have, farmers associations, water associations, where you have even consumers association, but what about young or youthful entrepreneurs network? Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much. Maybe you can answer that as we have the next one.
Okay, thank you for that. And I want to echo what Dr. Waiganjo said, authenticity. And true to it, the reason why I said you're on survival mode, it's because you want to try and error. Let me see if it works. But with the current, I mentioned earlier, I'm running a program that we are looking for authenticity in all this. When we partnered with TAGDev, we partnered in a creative aspect. How can agriculture and creative economy come together? And what we discovered is actually the survival. Today I'm singing, and we discovered there's a new mode called I am a creative who is doing agriculture. And what we are looking for them, it's authenticity to maintain. I personally admire when we grow, we are still maintaining the enterprise. And that's why I'm insisting if we can get models, advisory models, even from all of you, how to sustain this. Because what we are doing, we want to go with the move. There is AI, we want to go to the AI. Climate change, we want to go to the climate change. What I'm insisting as young people, we need to understand this industry as it is. Let's be very specific, goal-oriented, not just try and error. So it's something we are trying to come up with, and I'm also trying to partner with other people to diversify and be authentic in what we do. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We had a question there.
Just to touch on those networks that would support youth and students, there are quite a number. And one of it supports youth across Africa, not just in Kenya. It's called Go-Getters. Go-Getters is a Generation Africa program spearheaded by a Zimbabwean called Strive Masiyiwa. It supports youth in agriculture across Africa. So you could check out such program. And it supports youth even in funding across Africa. We have also programs run by what we call SME Support Center. SME Support Center is also a government and private sector led initiative where not just youth but people across the SME ecosystem, they get support from funding to getting into opportunities for business across the sector. So it's called the SME Support Center. And also MasterCard programs. The director went, he could have touched about it. MasterCard programs which span across banks. They span KCB runs those programs. Equity Bank runs those programs for youth in agriculture. And also KEPSA does so also through programs we call GNUE. All right, thank you.
Thank you so much. Let us have a last question there.
Okay, thank you. Minor. My question can go to all the presenters. So what is the role of mentorship and networking in establishment of startups?
All right, thank you. As you answer that, you can give us your final remarks. All right?
Okay, yes. So when it comes to startups and incubation, we have three types of mentorship. We have the academic mentorship, where, because you see, at the end of the day, the faculty at the universities are the key experts in the different domains of knowledge. We also have industry mentorship, where we have people who are actually doing the actual business, such as yourself, that can guide you. And also we have now general mentorship in terms of giving you entrepreneurial skills and a mindset. So the purpose of this particular mentorship is, in summary, is that I failed so that you don't have to fail. Because these are people who are engaged or who have engaged in the particular space that you are in. So what did they learn? What mistakes did they learn about financial management? What mistakes did they learn about product development, about customer engagement? Or what good thing did they do that you can also emulate in your business? So the role of mentorship is, as you go about your entrepreneurial journey, because at the end of the day, in a mentorship journey, it is not a top-down approach. It is you as the entrepreneur who knows where you want to go, and you just have somebody to guide you towards where you want to go. So the role of mentorship is for this person to share their best experience, their lessons learned, and their insights in that particular industry, so that to reduce the amount of risk you face as a startup, so that you don't make very costly mistakes or mistakes that could be avoided. And in terms of my final remark, I will just want to say that developing an entrepreneurial mindset goes beyond attending entrepreneurship training. It goes beyond having 1 or 2 units in university about entrepreneurship. Because the fact is that most of the people who come to universities, because we're talking about agricultural education, most of the people who come to study agriculture universities are coming into the system knowing that at the end of the pipeline, there's a job waiting for them. So it is the role of the educators in every single unit you teach. What key takeaway lesson do you have in terms of how they can translate the knowledge that they learned in that particular unit for the whole semester into an enterprise? We normally make a joke that if you come to universities, every single student normally has a project. Some of them are very innovative, but they normally just stay in shelves or in files somewhere. They're not actually translating into actual enterprises. So my key takeaway is that we as education institutions should really pull up our socks in terms of translating every single knowledge, skills, and attitude that we impart into our students into actual entrepreneurial ventures.
All right, thank you so much. I think the answer on mentorship was very clear, so just give your final remarks. Thank you.
Okay, I think I'll still add on that. When it comes to, as a founder, one thing that has kept us moving up to now is mentorship and coaching. We've had coaches, we've had mentors all through since we started the program, and that is what keeps us moving every day. When you feel like you're almost quitting, there's someone telling you this happens to everyone, and you have to keep on moving and don't give up. And yeah, one final, also to touch on networks, I think as a startup, one key thing you need to have is networking. You'll sleep networking, wake up networking. It doesn't stop. So for the young people out there, you have to go to those meetings. You have to go to those events. You have to force yourself to go out and meet people. And it is through these networks you're able to get funding. You're able to get clients who will really have a huge impact in your business. And yeah, as I close, I think I wish all the best. I wish all young people all the best in your ventures. And yeah, keep on moving. Don't give up.
Thank you so much. Sarah?
Thank you. Maybe to add on that, the role of mentorship is to be authentic. You really need to be authentic in this context. Never forget that. And my final remarks to the young people, 2 things, facts and truth. Those things are totally different. The facts we have, but you need to operate in truth and reality of what is happening. And I'll tell you for the truth today, not the fact, we need to go back to the ancient paths. Yes, technology is there. We need to go back to the classroom. We need to go back to the basics. As much as there's so much happening right now, we need to go back to the ancient paths, and you need to be authentic. We will not be youths forever. And another role for mentorship is to mentor others. So it's a chain. You really need to empower that value chain in this ecosystem.
Wow.
Yeah,
Thank you so much. Jackson?
I want to urge Egerton University to introduce programs like Innovation Nights. I have had the privilege of working with USIU in such programs where young people and students are given an opportunity weekly. They meet in the evening like this time to share their business ideas across the board. Either it's agriculture, tech, and once in a while they even invite experts and mentors to come and, go through and refine those ideas with those students. Something that is going on very well at USIU. Maybe it's something that can be replicated here. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Please clap for our panelists. We are honored now to, let me make my final remarks, Daktari. Thank you so much. All right, so grateful that finally we have realized that young people are not a side thing, they are now the main thing, and so we need to put in the effort to make sure they are part and parcel of us. Again, when we're going back to the roots and the ancient things, let me tell you guys, no matter how much technology takes over the world, when it comes to food production, soil remains the best technology we will ever have. So we will have to touch the soil with our fingers. We'll have to have the soil. The journey of a value chain to the consumer starts with the soil. So we have to go back to that. My name is Salimo Wakilimo, the voice of agriculture, the queen of agri-tours. I am the co-founder of AMA, Agriculture Made Attractive. What we do, we make agriculture attractive, dignifying it by telling agricultural stories. And so if you're here and you want a story, to be told a story, or you have a story in the agricultural sector, we are ready to tell your story. That is what we do, and we do agricultural tourism. So if you're here and you would love to go for any agricultural tourism, we are ready to do that for you. AMA is agriculture made attractive. So allow me to ask you to continue making agriculture attractive to everybody. Thank you. I've been your host.
Oh, I think that one, I have no words. That is amazing, amazing, amazing. But I love your final words, Salimo. Let me put my book down. DVC, you started with my fingers. And you said our fingernails look what? That we go and remove them. The youngster, the queen of the youth, has echoed your words. That we need to go back to the roots. And we need to make use of, the soil is real, isn't it? Tomorrow I might not be having my nails. In short, they've reminded us, or they've finished on the note that partnership between us who are saying we are experienced and the youth is the driving force if we have to transform education. I leave it at that. Another line was, I failed. I loved that line from the youth. That their mentorship is about, I failed so that you also don't fail. Wonderful, wonderful. So as we come to the end, I want us to acknowledge them the parliamentary way because they've refused issues of lobbying. So that we can also exercise our feet. So let's give them 3 left and 3 right. Let's go. Mumaribu, mutarudia. Again. Very good. Thank you so much. Just one very quick announcement, and then we come. I hope Professor Mwanarusi is in, who is giving us the final. So we are going to give Professor just one word, and then we bring in Dr. Abigail to take us through the final moment of the last program, which to us is launching of the TAGDev National Coordinating Committee. So Professor, just a quick one.
Actually, I'm not taking, I just had the conversation and I wanted to tell the youth who are here. I heard Kenha. They have 3 booths at the exhibition. Please go to the exhibition. All these people you've been told, we brought them to your door. Make use of them.
All right. Thank you so much. And with that, may I welcome Reform, Dr. Abigail, to come back here and take us through the final moment. It was supposed to be run by the DVC, representing the VC. Maybe, Professor, you'll assist me.
I will assist. Yes, this is the final activity that we have today. And I want to thank all of you for the patience as I apologize that this has gone much longer than we had expected. So thank you for your patience. Now, I wanted to invite Dr. Abigail to just talk a little bit about the National Coordinating Committee as has been conceived by RU Forum, and then invite the DVC to give out the letters to the members who have been nominated to serve in this capacity for this first round. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Yeah, thank you for hanging in there. I know it's normally very difficult when you speak at such a time when everybody's like, this lady, can't she stop? We want to go home. Please bear with us a few more minutes so that we can be able to finish this. Prof has given me an honor to be able to talk a little bit about the National Coordinating Council of the TAGDev program. Now, the TAGDev program, like I mentioned to you at the beginning, is funded by the MasterCard Foundation, implemented by 12 principal universities, escalated to 60 universities, and then, of course, to the wider RU Forum network. Now, we have a governance body of the TAGDev 2.0 program. Now, the governance body starts at the top where we have the Partnership Council. Now, the Partnership Council is basically a body that oversees oversees the program in general in the implementation, basically oversight and stewardship. Now, this Partnership Council, all that 12 universities, coordinators of the TAGDev program from those 12 universities sit in that council. We also have the MasterCard Foundation representative in that particular council. We have a RU Forum sitting in that particular council, just basically to give oversight and stewardship to the program. And then we have what we call the Program Implementing Committee, and this is where now we only have the TAGDev coordinators from the 12 universities together with RU Forum. This is just basically the daily running of the program as it is implemented. And then now we have the National Coordinating Committee, which is what we want to launch today. The National Coordinating Committee is basically a committee that provides a kind of a platform for joint learning and dialogue in terms of a strategic implementation of the program at country level and specifically also at the county level. So basically what we have is that the committee is within the country. So remember we said that TAGDev is implemented across 10 countries, the ones that are hosting the 12 institutions. So for each country, we have what we are calling the National Coordinating Committee. So we have, of course, we have Kenya, which has got 2 universities, that is Egerton University, and then we have University of Eldoret. In Uganda, we have Uganda Matters University and Gulu University. In Benin, we have National University of Agriculture. In Ghana, we have University of Cape Coast. And then in Nigeria, we have University of Port Harcourt. Malawi, we have Malawi University of Science and Technology. Zimbabwe, we have AU Africa University. South Africa, we have University of the Free State Bloemfontein. And then in Morocco, we have UM6B. So those are the principal universities that are implementing the TAGDev program. So in each of those 10 countries, we will be having what we are calling the National Coordinating Committee. And like I mentioned, specifically for strategic implementation, joint policy dialogue, and engaging both the county and the country in terms of the programming. So basically it's a platform for community, it can be called like a community of practice, whereby we use it to be able to share and learn and experience and be able just to entrench this program within the national policies and frameworks within the country. So basically that's what it's all about. So I think at this juncture, I'm going to call Prof to come and call the names of those that are going to be participating in this national committee, and then of course hand them their letters that stipulate their terms of reference. Karibu, Prof.
Good evening. I hope this committee will not design a camel, isn't it? When you have a committee, you can design anything, isn't it? Okay. Okay, the committee comprises Professor Nancy W. Mungai. Nancy, the letters disappeared.
Yeah, they wanted you to notice her. So makofi kwake.
Okay.
Let's clap until she comes to sit. Thank you.
The next committee member is Professor Julius Ochuodo. Is he around? No. The next one is Ms. Pamela Nasimio, Principal Baraka College. There you are. So, okay.
Look at the steps of transformation as she walks. Clap for her.
Okay. The fourth member is Dr. Mary Orinda. Is she around? Yeah, just from Jaramogi. The fifth member is Miss Jacinta Nguire, and I think she's represented. No. Okay, the sixth member is Elizabeth Shangula. She is from the National Treasury. Pesa iko hapa.
Aya, we are now excited.
Okay.
Makofi.
Thank you. The next representative, the next member is Dr. Ehud Gashugu. This is represented from the Kenya Private Sector Alliance.
Wow, at least the youth is there.
Okay. The eighth member is Daniel M. Now, I'm not Mono, I don't know how to pronounce this one. Tomai Luther.
Wow.
I did well. Okay. Okay.
Great ideas coming, Makofi.
Last but not least is Kimutai Maritime, Kenya Dairy Board. Is he around? So that is the National Coordinating Committee that is now and hereby launched. Thank you.
All right, let's clap a big applause for that.
Okay. I'm told that, what you are saying that they come for a photograph. Now that is protocol. Here, sometimes we disobey protocol. I'm told that those who are present and have received letters come and...
Please come with those blue letters.
Memorialize your launch.
Not the envelope, the blue. And treasury is coming, blue, blue, blue. Money is coming. Thank you so much. Faces of transformation. Thank you, thank you. Do we have Professor? Professor Manarusi.
just summarized.
Wow, that brings us to the end of the day. A wonderful day. Great ideas. We have taken notes. But as we move away from here, you are part of those notes. You have put what we have all written down. And it forms the summary that Professor Monarusi is going to submit to the committee when it meets next, not today. So we want to thank each one of you for your patience. We want to thank each one of you for staying in the moment until the very end. We are moving out of this room as part of the policymakers, as part of the journey that takes the ideas out of this room so that the next step is effected. Thank you so much, management. Thank you so much, MasterCard Forum. You are wonderful. When I'm seeing this young lady standing here, I'm like, when I grow young, I want to be like her. So I'm sure the youngsters here, you are seeing her and you're like, wow. And I think we are so proud of the youth. Nobody will actually challenge you and say you are not ready to lead. You actually are very ready to lead. So with that, we pray for proper partnerships. We pray that all that we have brought here on paper takes us to the next level. Professor Nancy Mungai, you are changing the landscape of tomorrow. May God bless you. And may God bless all of us. I'm going to ask Odero to come here and pray for us as we move to our various destinations. Let's clap for ourselves. 3 nice claps for each one of us. You are special, very special people. 1, 2, 3. Funga funguo.
Let's stand for a word of prayer. Let's believe and pray. Father, Lord, we want to thank you for this moment. We want to thank you for this opportunity. We have met different stakeholders. We have met different youths here. We have talked about great ideas, but it's only you, God, that can make these great ideas here to be useful to us and to the entire society, to the entire Kenya and to the entire world. Thank you, God, for those who are going back to their different places. May you grant them journey mercies. And even those who have a program tomorrow, grant them the strength to come and continue with this conference until the end. Thank you, God. Pray for our university, the management and everyone. As we depart, bless us as we came in, also bless us as we go out. Thank you, God. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen. Good.
How was it going today?
It was nice.
Egerton University, in partnership with TAGDev 2.0 program, has organized a special side event during the National Research Festival 2025. On 20th of August 2025, we'll bring together leaders from institutions of higher learning, ministries, industry leaders, and youth to accelerate transformative education in agriculture. From high-level panels to youth-led innovation showcases, we'll explore how research, collaboration, and entrepreneurship can shape Kenya's agri-food future. Be part of the conversation, discover ideas, build connection, drive change. Together, we are accelerating transformative education through multi-stakeholder dialogue and collaboration. See you there. Egerton University.